Noon, members of council and certainly administration. And for those who are viewing from the comforts of your home, welcome to our 2021 budget deliberation for the corporation of the town of Tecumseh. And so roll call, all members of council are present, and certainly our senior management team and directors are all here as well. And if I'm not mistaken, our managers are viewing, I think, from their home offices. So with that, members of council, any disclosure of pecuniary interest on the agenda as presented to you this afternoon? None indicated, and that'll be reflected in our clerk's minute. Well, obviously, the introduction for our meeting today is the review of the 2021 proposed business plan and budget. And I'd like to, at this time, turn it over to our CAO, Margaret Evans, to, I guess, get us started. And then I believe you'll then bring in our Director of Finance and Corporate Services. On to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of town administration, sorry?
Oh,
we're good?
Yeah, you're good to go.
All right, very good. Thank you, Mayor McNamara. On behalf of town administration, I'm pleased to begin budget deliberations on the 2021 proposed budget with members of council today. Following a year of firsts, this is the first time we have presented our full municipal budget in a virtual meeting. And we appreciate the patience of council as we work our way through today's presentations in this format. As outlined in the December 8th draft budget presentation, the 2021 draft budget strives to meet the town's operational needs and works toward implementing council's strategic priorities. To that end, the draft budget is to accomplish the following. It provides capital reserve contributions to sustain existing and support new infrastructure. In fact, 60% of the proposed budget increase represents contributions to capital projects like roads, bridges, water, wastewater, and storm projects, and recreational facilities like playground equipment, the Lacoste Park grandstand replacement, and a new pickleball court. The proposed budget maintains all municipal services at the 2020 levels of service that the community enjoys. It recognizes assessment growth, and our Chief Financial Officer, Tom Kitsos, will provide an update on the 2020 assessment growth for council's consideration in today's budget deliberations. The budget also includes inflationary allowances, as well as allowances for costs that have risen beyond inflation, like insurance. It reflects the town's user fees, which in 2021 will continue to suffer significantly due to pandemic-induced facility closures. Thankfully, we have offsetting funds gained through operational savings in 2020, as well as contributions by the provincial and federal governments to assist us with operational losses due to COVID-19. And finally, the budget addresses a contractual labor allowance, as 2021 is a bargaining year, and there are also grid progressions to accommodate. As council knows, 2020 was an extraordinary year due to the threat of inland lake flooding and the COVID-19 pandemic. We are not yet relieved of either of these emergency situations, and the budget has been built with that in mind. With the support of council, administration implemented measures for flood mitigation and preparedness last year and remain prepared for a flood emergency with provisions for pandemic conditions. Similarly, we have taken measures to protect staff and the public safety while delivering essential municipal services during the pandemic, regardless of the stage or color of the provincial spectrum at any given time. We continue to respond to provincial and public health direction and guidance and be of assistance to the health unit as needed. I'm very proud of the administration's efforts to soldier on, providing quality public services to Tecumseh in the face of these daunting challenges, and look forward to council's deliberations this evening to set the stage for the 2021 budget. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Chief Financial Officer, Tom Kitsos. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, and good evening, Mayor and members of council. So before we begin, I'll just go over the format of the budget presentation and deliberations for tonight. So the department budgets will be presented in the order as they appear in the budget document by the respective director. Directors will highlight budget line items of note. We do encourage council to ask any specific questions they may have during the presentations. Zora is here with us tonight, our deputy treasurer, tracking any suggested changes to the budget as we go along to provide council with an update at the end of the director presentations. With respect to changes and impact to the municipal tax rate, just want to let council know that $125,000 roughly represents a 0.5%. So should we get through all of the departments and come to an acceptable budget, we'll ask council to pass a motion to adopt the budget tonight. And if we do not finish tonight, we do have an opportunity to reconvene tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Potential adoption is set for the regular council meeting on January 26th. And there's a few other items. So before I get into, so if we have, I think, Zora, if you're able to put up the, I think, can we view the agenda or the budget? So before we get into the, I just want to mention a couple of things. So before we get into the specific departments, and I'll be leading off with the budgets that I oversee. But before we get into them, there's some things that have changed since the budget development. So most notably and favorably for the town, the 2021 proposed tax rate was calculated based on estimated 2020 assessment growth. Since the development of the budget, actual assessment growth has been provided by MPAC, and it has come in $145,000 greater than our estimate. So what this does is it translates to an immediate reduction to our proposed tax rate increase by 0.59%. So we're basically starting out the meeting with a proposed municipal tax rate increase of 2.46%. And I'd also like to mention that that translates into a consolidated tax levy increase of 1.48% or 1.5%. So that's where we're starting off the night. The budget was prepared with the assumption that programs and services would be provided in an orange or red COVID environment for the entirety of 2021. So of course, we're currently in gray, which will have a negative impact on our finances. Nonetheless, it is administration's recommendation that the COVID financial impact be offset by transfers from reserves. With the effective implementation of our cost containment measures during 2020, combined with grant funding through the Safe Restart Agreement funding provided through the federal and provincial governments, the town anticipates a significant surplus for 2020, which will be transferred to the tax rate stabilization reserve to be used to offset 2021 COVID financial pressures. As Marg had mentioned, we do continue to operate under a dual state of emergency. So for both COVID-19 and for the threat of inland lake flooding. And provisions have been made in the budget to accommodate this. A couple things that you'll note when you're looking at the specific department financials. So when you're viewing the budget at the department levels, you will note that increases to salaries look unusual. And in many cases, you'll see that they're negative. And that is due to a couple of things. So one is, as Mark had mentioned earlier, our collective bargaining agreements have yet to be renewed. So there are no increases expressed in the department budgets. We also had a 53rd pay period in 2020. So that was a one-time thing for 2020. That is reversed out in the 2021 budget. So in many cases, you'll actually see a negative change to the salaries line item. We did, despite the fact that the collective bargaining agreements have not yet been renewed, a provision has been included in the corporate shared department transfer to reserve line item. There was also a significant increase to insurance costs globally, so that is reflected in several department budgets. And you'll also notice a significant increase to office supplies and equipment maintenance budget line item for for IT. And that is largely due to a change to our budget presentation where we have consolidated the corporate software budget to the IT department, whereas this budget line item previously appeared in several other departments. And we also consolidated the cell phone budgets corporate-wide to the IT department. So you will see that common theme throughout the budget line, the budgets, department budgets. With that, we will go through the agenda. So we'll start out with I'll go first. And if we go to page 44, we will see the corporate shared budget. So when I reference page numbers, it will be the PDF page reference, and that is of the budget document that is on our website. So page 44, I think, is the beginning of the corporate shared budget, and page 48 is where the financials are. So I'm going to skip to the financials, and I will speak to some of the significant changes in the budget. So for starters, this corporate shared budget includes revenues and expenditures that are not allocated to specific functional areas, and primarily includes all taxation revenue and taxation revenue that's transferred to capital reserves, investment income, and expenditures related to town hall. Items of note for 2021 include the proposed increase to the tax levy, which amounts to $968,000. So you'll see that represents a 4% increase above last year. So that's just the gross percentage increase. When you take into account assessment growth, which now will be, we had estimated around 150,000. It is now actually around 295,000. That offsets the increase that will be impacting the tax rate. So it actually brings the tax rate increase down to 2.46%. The next significant item in the budget is the increase to the taxation allocated to capital of $566,000. So this represents the funds transferred to our capital reserves as part of our life cycle and new infrastructure levy programs. $566,000 represents about 60% of the total tax increase proposed for this year. So it is largely a capital-based budget. Included in the $566,000 amount is an increase to our life cycle program of $366,000 allocated to select life cycle reserves, including the arena reserve for $20,000, community trails, $20,000, fire equipment for $30,000, fleet, $16,000, IT infrastructure, $25,000, the outdoor pool, $5,000, park development, $25,000, and storm sewers being the most significant portion at $225,000. There's also an increase of $200,000 to our new infrastructure levy program. So I'll go into more detail on these figures in the life cycle and reserve section of the agenda, which will follow the department budgets. There's also, so further down in this financial, you will see that there are a couple of reductions to other revenue sources, so including grants and user charges. So those total $9,000. So this is due to the town's reduced OMPF grant allocation. So this was at one time over $130,000. We're now down to about $30,000 a year that we receive. And the elimination of WSIB NEAR program, which we typically benefited from, and we would typically get a credit, which would go to this budget. This program has been replaced by a different program. So we still do anticipate to earn credits through that program. However, we have moved that budget to the HR department. You'll see in the fines line item, we do anticipate an increase to fines revenue from the POA program. So that's provincial offenses. 2020 revenues, as you'll see in the financial, are projected to be zero, and that's due to the pandemic and suspended collection activities. The 2021 budget was developed anticipating a return to court activities to some extent, and with allowing for some catch up in fined collections. The other income line item represents an increase to our corporate overhead recovery from our rates budget. So that's water and sanitary for corporate support services. And that's generally increased annually by inflation. So if we scroll down now to the expenditure side, so you'll see that there is a decrease of 7,000 to the maintenance, materials, and supplies line item. And that's due to the elimination of our temporary office trailer now that we are moved into our expanded town hall. You'll see that there's an increase to utilities. So this represents actually the transfer of the corporate shared cell phone budget, which typically is a credit. So it's really more of a revenue as the corporate shared budget gains the benefit of our cell tower rentals. So this has been moved to the IT budget. So Sean will benefit from that transfer. And then you'll also see the last significant item is the transfers to reserves. So this includes a one-time placeholder for some corporate-wide items that have yet to be resolved. And that's primarily including employee wages and benefit increases. Okay, if there are any questions on that one, I can address them now. And if not, I can move on to financial services.
If anybody wants to speak, it's just that I've got the video off so I can see the presentation. So just holler if you want to be recognized.
Thank you, Worship. Bill, just if you don't mind, I have a question, Your Worship.
Yep, go ahead.
Bill, no, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Kitsos, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Tom, can you just provide some comments on contract services? Just noting that from 2019 to what's budgeted in 2021, recognize it's increased from 2019 to 2020 on a forecast and then 2021 budget, but we're seeing a significant increase kind of over that period of a few years. Any comments on that?
Yes. So through the mayor and to Councillor Altenhoff. So that is primarily for an increase to janitorial contracts, okay. Which is for the addition, anticipated increase to janitorial costs for the addition to town hall.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Anyone, any further comments or questions at this stage here before we continue? Okay, Mr. Kitsos.
Great, thank you. So I'll move on to financial services. So if we go to, there we are, page 15. So for this budget, we don't have a whole lot of changes. There is a one-time increase of $10,000 from transfers from reserves to fund a one-time increase to professional services. And that is to engage consultant services to enhance technology and automated processes with respect to corporate financial transactions. So it's something that we're trying to improve our modernization and efficiency here. So it's something we're exploring. We think we can make some gains in that regard. And there's also a significant decrease to office supplies and equipment maintenance. And that is primarily due to $29,000 of software charges that used to reside in the financial services budget that have now been moved over to the IT budget. If there are any questions for the financial services department, I could take those.
Just a question, Tom, and I would assume that the bump up to IT will realize savings moving forward.
Well, this is primarily a budgeting change. Really, it's this what we've done in and of itself is really just to consolidate all of the corporate budgets over to IT. So that process in itself won't reduce the budget or our expenditures. The reality is IT and Sean and Dave are involved in all of our IT and software purchases. It's just that we had historically held those budgets in the departments that primarily were affected by them. So in financial services, that would be our financial software budget. So that has been moved. So Sean obviously would be involved in that software, but the budget used to reside here. It's now just been moved. So really, this is just a transition, and really, it's just for.
So it's probably easier to track.
Exactly. If I may, Mr. Mayor, this is my doing. I have asked for staff to consolidate the IT line items into the IT department. This is a good business practice, first of all, to just get a handle on what we are spending in IT services. It sets up for the upcoming IT service review that is planned for 2021 to allow us to make efficiency recommendations and also to I think make it easier for the director who is involved in all things IT, regardless of which department, to streamline the decision making and make sure that the enhancements in IT are going to work together and sing from the same song sheet. My terms, not the IT department's terms.
Maybe my choice of words were a little bit different, but I see efficiency gains on doing this. Okay, sorry about that.
Mr.
Go
Mayor,
ahead.
a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Alton.
Thank you, and thank you for those comments through your, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for those comments to the CAO, and I appreciate that, seeing this consolidation of this important factor into the the IT. I recognize that, and I think that's the right thing to do. On the financial services 1240, Tom, can you just, if you don't mind, just comment on the professional services, kind of the past, currently what's proposed, and really the future? It seems that this year, or the 2021, is seeing a pretty big lump in an increase. Any comments, rationale, reasoning for that, please?
Yes, and through the mayor to Councillor Altenhoff. Yeah, so typically in professional services, that's where we would have our audit fees and our actuarial fees. But for 2021, we have a one-time increase, and that is to engage consultant services. And so we're looking to improve our use of technology to try and make efficiencies in our financial processes. So as I'm sure you can appreciate, there's been a lot of changes in the last several years with technology, and we're looking for ways that we can use technology to our advantage to become more efficient.
Okay, yeah. So ultimately, in the long run, to hopefully save costs as well. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, undoubtedly it will. So if there aren't any others, we'll go to the next budget, which is Conservation Authority. So what we've done here is this is our contract fees that we pay to IRCA. So we've included just a 4% placeholder increase. That budget has not been established as yet. Last year came in right around 4%. So that's what we've included for this year. And lastly, have
just a question, actually maybe to our reps on the Conservation Authority itself. As we know, there has been a hit, obviously, a cyber attack to them, and a fairly large amount of dollars have been extracted. Is there a full recovery from insurance on that? Would you know that, Tanya or Joe? And if that's going to be reflective, the recovery will be spread to the stakeholders.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Gary? It just broke up there, the last little bit.
Sorry about that. No,
okay.
with the cyber attack and the cost to the Treasury of the Conservation Authority, and that, is there a recovery mechanism through insurance to recover those lost funds, or do they have to be made up through the stakeholders, like all the municipalities, in the loss of that revenue?
No, it's still going through the insurable process right now. We're looking to get some recovery. Otherwise, that won't be affecting otherwise through the levy. Those funds were different allocated funds, not through the levy process. So status quo for now, as far as IRCA is concerned, we should just anticipate the same number percentage as last year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there aren't any other questions, we'll move on to the last budget of mine. So this is This we call the tile drainage shoreline assistance. So this is the remnants of the old provincial shoreline assistance program, which no longer exists. So we had, as you can see, limited participation in this program, and this is the last year of that program. So this is basically loans that are funneled through the town, essentially a zero budget. Okay, so if there are any other questions you might have for the budgets that I've gone over, we could take them now, and if not, we can move on to the next director on the list.
Tom, just a question on this last item, and I certainly understand the why. I know other municipalities have created their own municipal shoreline loan program. So if we wish to revisit this or offer same in the future, would we reactivate this account pretty quickly, or would there be a whole process to do so?
Through the mayor and to Councillor Dowie. So when you say reactivate this account, so that provincial program is no longer in place. So if we were to try to offer something on our own, so some other municipalities have explored providing some other form of assistance in this. So that's something we could explore. It is it's something that we are aware of. We have had discussions with the treasurers in the other local municipalities. To our knowledge, what we've seen, there's not a huge uptake in the program. So it essentially is the town, again, being basically the middleman of a loans program. So there really isn't a whole lot to gain from a property owner outside unless they couldn't secure the interest borrowing rates that we might be able to secure. So from what we understand, there is limited uptake in the few municipalities that have offered this type of assistance.
Thank you.
Okay, so if that's it, next up is Mark.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, so we're starting with the council budget. First up, and on the revenue side, we're showing a decrease essentially in a reserve transfer that was done in 2020 that's backed out for 2021. And that was for covering the costs of signboards that are in production now for the 20th year anniversary of the amalgamation. So those are in progress and should be installed in 2021, but no longer required to show in the budget for 2021. Some savings that were found in office supplies and maintenance and professional development. You'll see that as kind of a resounding theme across all departments as they decrease for the 1 year in professional development as a result of the pandemic. Off-site professional development activities have been curtailed and scaled back. So we are, realizing some savings there. And so then there's also a decrease in utilities as that is consolidated elsewhere. And then in the other category, which I might need a little help with there from Tom on what that is representing, just without being able to go to my notes off the screen. I'm at a bit of a loss on that $10,500 drop there.
Just give me 1 second.
Do we have the, thanks.
So this is So Mark, if you can, what I'll do is I just have to grab that report.
Okay, I'll come back to it then.
Yeah, if we can do that.
So unless there's any other questions on the council budget, we can move on to the next
I
one.
think also too, in that amount too, if I recall back in the discussions, Mark, I think there was a reduction to the, my AMO involvement, obviously, travel and other requirements. Now that with COVID, travel is non-existent anymore. We did reduce some of those expenses moving forward. And I think they're in part of that professional development piece that we see a fairly large reduction. I mean, it only made sense because I think the last trip to Toronto, I think it was in February 2020. And so
Yeah.
I think some of those have been reduced.
I think you're, yeah, and I think you're right there, Mr. Mayor, because just the way it's rolled up here, but I believe you're right, there were the travel expenses associated with your AMO role that weren't under professional development. So
Yeah, there's a bundle in there, and I think that was one of them.
to be the case, but I just wanted to. Yeah. Okay. Zora, if we could move on to the next budget, please. And that is mine. For the CAO budget, the grants change of 20,000. If council recalls, last year there was some funds that were anticipated from the RED program for a program and that project that was being undertaken by the town. And so that is now being shown as coming out for 2021. We don't have a RED application in the works at this time. And then we see the usual in terms of the drop in the wages and benefits attributed to the backing out the 53rd pay period because that no longer applies in 2021. Reduction in the professional development fees. Professional services, that is a combination of some consulting services that the CAO's office carries, and also the legal expenses. And this is the fund out of which the lottery litigation is paid. And on the basis of anticipated expenses in 2021, a bump up has been included in the 2021 professional services budget there for increased activity in that lottery litigation, and then some associated savings in various other accounts shown in the other category there. So largely a decreased net expenditure situation in the CAO's proposed budget. And unless there are questions, we'll move to the next one, please.
Your Worship, if you don't mind, question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And through you to the CAO, just a comment on the professional services, just trying to look at the history as well as the move forward. Just want to make sure, are we comfortable with that magnitude, of increase, not quite double of what it was in 2019, but approaching it. I just want to make sure that we're comfortable looking at really where we are with 2019, the forecast for 2020. You certainly know all the details for those professional services, but I just want to make sure that that magnitude of increase is really in line. Please. Thank you.
Well, I am going to suggest to you that the lion's share of that is associated with the lottery litigation, and we are in the midst of that, and we Every year we task Laura with working with the legal counsel to estimate the anticipated fees for the coming year with those proceedings. And we haven't been too far off the mark. Or they haven't been too far off the mark. So we strive to include what is necessary to continue on with that process as we are required to do. On balance, the professional fees in the CAO's budget that are not associated with the litigation have been fairly flat or decreasing. They pretty much have stayed largely the same. So unfortunately, that is the explanation for the growth in that line item over time. And we are hopeful that we're going to be navigating through that with coming to a conclusion.
Okay, Councillor Alton, no? Good.
I recognize there's challenges there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. We got to deal with that, and it's certainly it would be a nice one to bid adieu
Exactly.
to that particular issue.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's concerning, and certainly looking at the changes. I will agree that that what we've seen in the past, it's just a pretty big lump. But thank you.
Okay, and
Hey, Mark.
thank you. Moving along to police. So there has been some, changes, minor changes in the policing budget. We are expecting a bit of a drop there in the user charges. A net drop of $4,000 due to an $8,000 reduction for OPP reports and clearances, which is partially offset by a $4,000 increase in alarm registrations to reflect past trends. And then there is the other major change to that budget is a $3,500 to the OPP contract services costs to allow for wage settlements and potential adjustments and reconciliations. And that is approximately right with the 2019 reconciliation being in the order of $33,000 or $34,000. So I can say that 2020 marked the end of the phase-in period for the new OPP billing model. And as discussed at council last evening, the carryover into the next 3 years of a contract with the OPP should normalize the increases hopefully over that period of time. Next budget, unless there are questions on that. Okay. And then the Police Services Board budget itself is showing some fairly significant savings, once again attributed largely to professional development and the attendance, for example, of the OAPSB conference in a virtual format that does not require travel out of Tecumseh. So that that is realizing a one-time savings in the order of $7,000, and then the offsetting wages and benefits decreased due to the 53rd pay period for an overall 18.5% decrease for 2021 in that budget. Okay. And I think that is it for me. Is there any further questions? Or going back to that, did you find that one reference there, Tom?
Yes, I did, Mark. So that was the reversal of an amount we had set aside for, I believe, the 20th anniversary of amalgamation.
Oh, okay, right.
Offsetting change to reduction to transfer from reserves. And the remainder was a reduction to AMO costs as
There we go.
You had expected. Yeah.
As the mayor had outlined, yes. So that I think would account for that. Sorry, just didn't drew a blank on that one.
Just one item in 350-page document, so we can be forgiven for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any questions on to Margaret at this point? None? And then we'll carry on.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. Good afternoon. As has already been indicated by Marg and Tom, some changes to the IT budget this year. The mayor had mentioned efficiencies, and will there be efficiencies by doing it this way? Yes, there already has been some. For the most part, these are invoices that I've been approving or budget line items that I've been approving or monitoring for 20 some years, but to have it all in one spot now just makes it easier to make sure we're not duplicating anything or missing anything. So the accountability piece all ends up here before you in my budget now. So that being said, with the extra expenditures, there were a few revenue line items that are added this year under user charges. That 6,500 comes from a charge back to the City of Windsor for our SCADA system. They pay 50% of the maintenance cost for that system, and that's something that I've been involved with over the years. Under other income, the 36,500, again, that's an interfunction admin charge. So that's coming from the water department to help again with the SCADA system and software that they're utilizing from their budget. And the large amount there, the bump in the transfer from reserves, the rough breakdown for that is $20,000 comes from the Municipal Modernization Fund. That's a one-time transfer of the $20,000 for the eScribe webcasting and closed captioning that we implemented last year and we're using here tonight. In addition, $40,000 of that 146 is a one-time transfer for an IT service review that we'll be conducting in 2021 pending budget approval. That will dovetail in with the organizational review that has already been RFP'd and sent out. In addition to that, there's the next two line items is the 30,000 and another 50,000 that has been there every year coming from the reserve to cover one of our partial component of the wages of one of our GIS techs who does a lot of work in the water and wastewater areas. So those are coming in from those reserves to cover that expense. So that's the changes on the revenue side, and that's where the extra revenue comes of 124%. Scrolling down on the expenditure side, has already been mentioned under office supplies and maintenance. A component of that is software support. So in prior years, it bounced around between $60,000 and $70,000 for IT that were software packages that were overseen by strictly the IT department, but now everything across the organization has been lumped into this line item for all departments. So that's where you see the increase of 181,000. So things like our tax system, our HR system, recreation, et cetera, they all appear under this line item now. And again, it can all be monitored, make sure we're not buying the same thing twice and we're not missing anything. So again, to the mayor's point about efficiencies, it's good to have it in one spot. Professional development, I think you'll see that in a number of budgets following this one that, and you've already seen a decrease in that for this year just due to the pandemic and not leaving town for any conferences, and any of the virtual conferences that are being conducted are obviously more economical. Professional services, you see a bump of 40,000. So that's the IT service review that I mentioned. On the revenue side, that is an anticipated cost to conduct that review in 2021 is the 40,000 one-time fee being funded from reserves. And then under utilities, again, for mobile phones, something that I've overseen over the years, but now it's all lumped into here. Council may recall a report that was received back in the fall of 2020, renewing our contract with TELUS, and the new pricing structure that came in from TELUS with basically more data for the same or less dollars. And that's being offset by some mobile technology that we've deployed in 2021 with tablets in the field. Through the Municipal Modernization Fund, we were able to purchase that equipment. Now there's a monthly fee associated with those devices, but they're offset by the savings that we realized by renewing the contract. I think that's it for what you had before you. Something you didn't have before you and wasn't contemplated when the budget was rolled out in the fall was a briefing note that was attached to the budget this evening to do with a municipal easement mapping project that the administration is really keen on getting done in 2021. But because of the late addition, it wasn't included in this budget. So basically, our GIS, our Geographic Information System, contains many mapping layers, our parcel fabric infrastructure, AO mapping, etc. But we reviewed the need to have a layer added to our system that would identify all easements within the municipality that the municipality have an interest or ownership in. This would come up to when you're issuing a building permit. It would be a quick check on a map to see if there is a municipal easement or one that we have interest in. Any infrastructure project of easements within our right-of-ways or easements for a stormwater management overflow corridor or any pipes we have under the ground that go through private property that we have an interest now. We have no quick way of identifying those properties now. So this project would allow adding it to our GIS and working with a company to do this for us. So the first phase of that project would be a tabular report identifying where all the easements are, and the second phase would be putting it on our mapping system. So we're looking for an additional $45,000 to do that. Will have no effect on the general levy because we're proposing that it be funded from at this point, from the tax rate stabilization reserve, with the caveat that we will look at other funding mechanisms should they become available. And I think that covers ICS and the changes before you this evening.
Question, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And
You're back on mute, Councillor.
excuse me, there I double clicked. Excuse me.
Thank you.
That. And yeah, thank you very much, Sean, for the notes. And again, I understand, and I'm glad we had some discussions on the rationale for this review. Is there any, just so that I guess we can have all an understanding on this, I certainly can appreciate and recognize that the benefits, the longer term benefits, but are you aware of, is there any historical information or data that you might have to kind of indicate to everyone this review, we could see cost savings in the future?
Well, with any of the IT, so on the hardware side or any tangible assets that are overseen by the IT department, that's always been done just through the IT department. Departments don't go out and buy their own computers, I guess, or their own monitors or that kind of thing. That goes through us. So that being said, knowing what we already have in inventory, if there's a savings or an advantage of redeploying or repurposing equipment we already have, that's something we've seen on the hardware side. And that's something I anticipate on the software side as well. If there's a piece of software that one department's using, possibly strictly within their own department, if there's a mechanism or a way to deploy that in multiple departments and realize savings by doing so, that's something we anticipate to see now on the software side that we've already seen on the hardware side.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I would imagine.
I can speak, and my, my daily work position, I know we have a lot of redundancy, which we pay for, and implementing such thing could benefit. So I appreciate that. I just wanted to have an idea of maybe what the magnitude might be, but nonetheless, it's appreciated. Thank you.
I would imagine too, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong too, but we have to be very careful on especially on the software as well as the licensing piece. That sometimes they just don't allow you to share, and so there's a cost factor to it. So can you allude to that a bit?
Yeah, that's a good point. And we have been approached by Microsoft, for example, in the past years, maybe once every 5 or 6 years. Hello, town of Tecumseh, we'd like to do an audit to make sure everything you're using is bought and paid for. And we usually come out pretty good, and we're cognizant of that. So to know that we have hardware out there that, and to the mayor's point and Councillor Altenhoff's point, to make sure that all this hardware has software on it that is licensed properly. And we do have an inventory of the licensing that's out there, but it's something that we take a close look at. And even in the review in 2020, when we amalgamated all of this into one line item, we did have a few items there that we did deem redundant and crossed off the list. So right off the bat, they don't appear in this budget. So for this first time around, it was a bit of a housekeeping and going through all the departments to see what we're spending money on. And for the most part, it was software that's being used. In a few cases, it was some software that was either phased out for a year or two or was going to be phased out in 2020 or 2021. So we're able to clean that up, and going forward, it's something we'll closely monitor to make sure we're not paying for things that we're not using, and that we are in compliance as far as licensing goes.
And Margaret, did you want to weigh in on this or?
Just a little bit, if I could, Mr. Mayor. I think I'm really excited about the upcoming IT service review, and the fact that we're able to dovetail it in with the larger organizational review. I'd say that 9 out of 10 of the consultant proposals that we have received for the organizational review indicate that they'll look to technology for efficiencies in the whole organization. So because that's such a cross-cutting exercise and focuses on IT and technological solutions to efficiency, it seemed to make a world of sense to run these two concurrently, so that we get recommendations coming out of one that aren't counter to our reality with respect to IT and can be incorporated with the other. So even to that end, we're looking to achieve some efficiencies by running those two concurrently. Thank you.
Good point. Any further questions or any comments to Sean on the IT and information communication services for the coming year? No. Okay, we'll move on. I believe next is Director of Corporate Services, our clerk, pages 67 to 80 on our package.
So thank you, Mayor. So the first, I guess, noticeable change you'll see in the budget is under user charges. That is reflective of a slight increase in respect of our death registrations. You'll also see that under licensing and permits, we're showing a one-time decrease, and that's in relation to the lottery licensing fees. That's reflective of the uncertainties going into 2021 with the pandemic and the impact it may have, particularly in light that the hall is currently closed and are not being issued permits and conducting events at this time. The next change that you will see is under wages and benefits. As Tom's already outlined, there are some changes in wages and benefits overall in the budget due to various circumstances, i.e. the 53 weeks, now 52 weeks. Here you're also seeing a change, which is reflective of putting more time back into the corporate services budget for the director with the removal of some of the responsibilities in relation to HR delivery, which is anticipated for the latter part of 2021. Here under office supplies and equipment, the change here, what you're seeing is, as we've already heard, is that the IT side of things is now in the IT budget, but there is a small increase here, and I'll transparency, reflective of some postage so that we can ensure that our registrations are sent up to the province on a timely manner. While they would like them weekly, we've got them to agree to a monthly reporting period. You're also going to see professional development. There is a decrease here in light of the anticipation that we'll be meeting or attending conferences and workshops remotely for 2021. Under professional services, you're seeing an increase here. That's a one-time increase, and this is to assist us in moving to more of an electronic forms of records management, records keeping, and that's on a corporate-wide basis. That's also for assisting us with moving towards, as we've outlined in our objectives, e-services, e-line applications. We've already introduced dog tag applications, and we're hoping to launch other applications in electronic manner for improved service delivery to our residents. Under other, this is also in correlations to record management. As we are trying to go to a more paperless environment, we have a need to purge in a safe manner and secure manner our records that are no longer required to be retained in accordance with our records retention bylaw. So we're asking for an increase here to assist us in that effort. So if there are no questions on that budget, we can remove to the human resources.
Any questions to the clerk? Okay.
Very good. So moving on to human resources, you are seeing some changes here with regards to reallocation of certain funds. So again, you're seeing changes here for the wages that relates to the movement of the director's wages back into the corporate services. You're also seeing a change here with regards to a one-time increase. The office supplies, maintenance, equipment, again, you're seeing a reduction there as it relates to movement of IT deliveries into the ICS budget. Professional development, you're seeing a decrease here as well in relation to moving to or anticipating being able to participate in workshops and conferences remotely, eliminating the need for travel expenses. And with respect to professional services, you're seeing a one-time increase here, and that's for consulting and legal advice, which will assist us in moving forward with the hopefully finalizing, or anticipate finalizing, the pay equity evaluation for our QP group and the non-union management salary review in 2021.
Go ahead, Margaret.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this budget is in transition. As Laura mentioned, some of her time is being allocated back. If council recalls, as a result of the HR service review, we're looking at kind of a mid-year 2021 implementation of that. In the budget book document, you'll see that in 2022, when we have full transition, that this unit will be under the CAO's office and with the positions reporting through to me. We've shown it in the usual collection of budget accounts under corporate services for this year, and we'll transition it over in 2022. Just wanted to make note of that for council's deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, to assist in reviewing this, I overlooked mentioning that there is a one-time transfer to reserves in order to offset the increases that have been proposed with regards to the professional services. So essentially, negligible increase.
All right. Any questions, members of council, to the clerk at this stage? None. Okay. Well, I think this was the area. I think we were calling for a break.
If you will, Your Worship, there's a couple more budgets under corporate services. If we could.
Yeah, sure.
That. Thank you.
No, I didn't want to cut your budget rate out. That was
Thank
not
you for that.
Carry on. Sorry.
Just a couple of areas. So we have our Youth Advisory Committee. Our Youth Advisory Committee was awarded a $15,000 grant through the RBC Future Launch Community Grant Challenge Program. And while they have been able to extend the use of those funds over into the first part of 2021. And that is going to provide some youth mental wellness workshops. And it is titled Mind Break Before Study Break. So those will be conducted before the end of the expiry of the grant fund, which is March 31st of this year, and obviously adhering to the provincial guidelines that are in place in accordance with the pandemic.
Well, I could tell you this is pretty timely in terms of what the grant is intended to do, in particular when we're in the middle of a pandemic and the difficulties that certainly our youth and the issues of school and so forth. So I think it's appropriate that and glad that RBC allowed to move their grant into 2021, and I certainly want to commend them for doing that. And again, just want to allude to the fact that it's very timely.
Exactly. And so the increases that you're seeing in maintenance and materials and supplies and other are reflective of use of that grant.
Yep. Any questions on the youth committee budget? If not, then we'll move on to the senior group.
So our senior budget here is showing as status quo, which is the $5,000 budget. However, we did apply for a seniors community grant in the amount of $7,800 for fitness and education programming for our seniors. And we anticipate that approval of that grant will come through, and that will be able to offer those opportunities out through our seniors advisory committee this year. And again, those will be delivered out in accordance with the provincial guidelines in place at the time. So if there's no questions there, we have our animal control budget, and we've just a slight modification to our contract services, which is reflective of a reduced use of our cat intake program. And we've just reallocated those funds to other, which is our contributions to the dog pound capital and operating budgets, just to help offset those costs there. And if there's no questions on the animal control, okay. Moving over to crossing guards, again, here the only changes you're seeing is, as Tom's explained before, in regards to the typical and usual changes in all wages in the organization. And last, we have our Golden Age Club. So we do receive an annual grant on behalf of the Golden Age Club to help it with its operating expenses. The changes that you're seeing here in this budget is reflective of a grant that we did apply for. It's called a one-time special grant to help support the center in improving its kitchen facilities this year.
Any questions on the proposed budget for the Golden Age Club? Councillor Alton, huh?
Thank you, Worship. And through you, Ms. Moy, or Laura, if you don't mind, just on maintenance services, just a comment there. I'm assuming somehow maybe that's associated with kind of the pandemic or cleaning or anything, but just some comments on the maintenance service increase?
That's in correlation to the hope that we'll receive an increase in the one-time special grant to assist with improving the kitchen.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
And with our Culture and Arts Committee, this is a status quo budget for this year.
Oh, any questions or comments on a cultural committee budget? No. Okay.
And same for our Heritage Committee. This is a status quo budget for this year.
Okay. Any questions? Hearing none. Okay, I've got on a placeholder here, unless you want to carry on, but if you want to take a 15, 20-minute break, and then we can come back and you can grab a coffee, a sandwich, or a health break at this stage.
I could use a break.
Okay, so why don't we do that? It is 5 after 5, and let's reconvene at, well, even at that at 5:30. Okay, welcome back. And we are now going to continue after our break. And the next up is our Director of Fire Services, our Fire Chief, Chief Bondi, and his budget items are located on pages 81 to 85. Chief Bondi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to council. The top section, the changes you see in wages and benefits, that was related to what Mr. Kitsos alluded to earlier with the removal of the 53rd pay period out of the budget. The reduction in office supplies and equipment was again a transfer to the ICS budget for software. Professional development reduction, we did find some one-time savings for this coming year with the reduction of courses that are available for one thing, and ones that are available online at a more economical rate. The increase in maintenance and materials and supplies, that is related to an agreement we have with our firefighting association to supply footwear as part of their uniforms. The reduction in professional services, that item has been carried for a few years and was typically historically unused. We've eliminated that item from the budget this year. The utilities, again, is another transfer to the ICS budget for cell phones, and insurance is a previously noted increase that was pretty much across the board. So if there was no questions there, we'll move on to the emergency measures budget. For emergency measures, it's very straightforward. The office supplies and equipment maintenance, again, is a transfer to the ICS budget for software. And the increase of $1,000 in the other line, that is to allow for some additional training for flood preparedness and possibly some additional public education materials, mailers, and flyers and that sort of thing. So if there was no questions.
Chief,
Yes.
let me put this back on here. In terms of, maybe I need some clarity here, and maybe Margie you can help me out here, but in the transfers for life cycling on rolling stock, and is it a general pool into the fleet, or does fire have their own? And why I'm asking is 2022, our Sutton is coming up to that 20-year mark, and again now for insurance purposes and being a frontline vehicle, now that becomes a challenge moving forward. So here we are, 21, and so 22 is just around the corner. And so that vehicle is approaching its 20-year mark. And so, and we all know that they're not, I mean, they're a very expensive piece of equipment, but also it takes a long time to get one if you have to. So, so where are the dollars? Is it from the general fleet, or is there something there within the fire department?
No, if I may, there is a separate reserve that is managed by fleet. Kirby is actually working on bringing forward a report for that, I believe 2 meetings from now, the first meeting in February. But that is the aerial is planned to be replaced in 2022. We have already put a committee together to start working on specifications, and we hope to have that the specifications done later this year.
Okay.
It's-
In other words, I'm ahead of the curve, not behind.
You are correct. It is it is typically about a year from order to delivery times.
Okay, thanks. The only comments that I would make, I more than a comment than anything, just kudos to the fire department, chief, yourself, and certainly your deputy, and you've maintained pretty much from your predecessor to you a status quo budget, and so kudos to the fire department.
Thank you. Okay, that was all from myself.
So I think we're okay. I don't see everybody, but I don't believe there's any questions. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now we, Director of Public Works, Environmental Services, there's the two parts to that budget as well, the Public Works, and then followed by water, wastewater. And so if we look at pages 86 to 97, it'll be the Public Works portion, and 98 to 103 would be the water, wastewater section. Mr. Bartnick.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Before I get started, I just wanted to say thank you to Zora and Tom for their assistance in preparing the budget, as well as my management team as well. I couldn't have done it without any of their help, so I just wanted to say thank you first. So first up here is roadways, 3,100, and there's a number of items that I was hoping to touch on. Some may be repeats of what you've heard before, but so first off, there's a decrease of about 12,300 in wages and benefits, and that's due to the 53rd pay period from the 2020 budget. We have a decrease of 5,600 in office supplies, and again, that's due in part to relocating that over to the Information and Communication Services Department. We have a one-time decrease of 2,600 in professional development, due in part to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. We have a one-time increase of 25,000 under maintenance, materials, and supplies, and a good portion of that is 25,000 for electrical repairs and vegetation replacement for one of the Highway 401 gateway signage. Embedded in there as well is there's also an increase of 5,000 for roadside maintenance. We're looking at undertaking an additional week of roadside ditch cutting, as well as a decrease of 5,000 in gas. And this is offset by a one-time transfer from the reserve. We have an increase of 16,000 to maintenance services to be more in line with historical expenditures. And that 16,000 is further broken down into a number of different categories, being equipments and parts, building maintenance, as well as vehicles. So there was about a good portion of that 16,000, about 13,500 is attributable to increase on some of the older vehicles, where we anticipate roughly between maybe $500 or $1,500 in additional maintenance for this upcoming year. We have an increase of 5,500 in contract services. 5,000 of that was an increase of level of service for line painting, on municipal roads, and an additional 500 in janitorial services. We have a decrease of 6,200 in utilities. The majority due to moving the cell phone budget over to the information and communication services budget. We have an increase under insurance of $4,500 for inflationary increases. And under other, we have an increase of $5,000, excuse me, related to the purchase of PPE for COVID-19, hand sanitizer, cleaning supplies, but that also is offset by a transfer from the reserves. And that is it for roadways 3,100. I'm not sure if there's any questions.
Okay, questions, members of council at this stage? Okay, carry on.
Okay. Thank you. Next up is winter control, 3,200. So again, a few items that I was hoping to touch on. So we have a decrease of roughly about 2,300 in wages and benefits due to the 53rd pay period. We have an increase of 8,700 under maintenance, materials, and supplies, and that is due to inflationary increases to salt. But I do want to add on that the increase in salt costs typically kicks in around June or July of each year. So Kirby does a great job at making sure that our stockpiles are completely full at last year's price. So we also find efficiencies that when we're filling up outside of the winter months, that we're able to do up to 6 to 8 loads per day. Whereas if we're trying to get some salt during the winter months, you're obviously waiting in line, and there's less efficiencies there with perhaps only 2 loads per day. And one other thing is there's a decrease of $700 to professional development, and obviously that's due to the ongoing pandemic. That's it for winter control. If there's any questions. Okay, next up is street lighting, 3,500. So there is a decrease of 5,000 under maintenance services, and that's to be more in line with historical expenditures. More recently, what we were finding with a lot of the telecommunication work that's been going on in town is that as we are being requested to locate some of our services, we're finding faults and deficiencies, and so we've been undertaking the repairs. I just wanted to make clear that any damages caused by third-party contractors or telecommunications, those costs are recovered from those entities. And we also have a decrease of $10,000 in utilities to be more in line with historical expenditures. Okay, next up is storm sewer system, 4,200.
Question?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Phil, just a question regarding, I think it's under maintenance services. You mentioned street lighting. I know often on we get calls of dark spots, and along L'Esperance Road, south of East Road Expressway to 42, there are gaps of hydro. So usually every other pole you see a street light. And I don't know if Hydro One has to do any upgrades to their insulators, but there is a stretch there. I'm not sure. Is there a plan? Are you aware of some of the gaps to do fill-ins? Is that a capital request or maintenance? Where would that fall under?
I think initially it would fall under operational. We'd probably send someone from Public Works to go and review. The LED streetlights that we do have, they are able to be tweaked for efficiency. So if there are dark spots, perhaps it's just a matter of tilting the fixture in a different location or increasing the wattage. If it's due to spacing issues, then that would then be kicked over to a capital issue.
Okay, so Hydro One, are they involved in that discussion in terms of, or would that be a town initiative looking at those gaps? Like, is there a standard for that, or is that just based on request and, you know, residents calling it in? Like, should it not be part of a regular maintenance, or again, like you say, it's capital, but I don't know, are there 10 streetlights that need to be infilled to make it comply with the standards, or 5? You know, I just raised that. If that's the case, where would that fall under capital? So then when we look at capital, just to ensure that there's funding there to do these sorts of projects.
Yeah, I would recommend that it would come out of capital, and it would be a town initiative. And it would not be Hydro One kind of leading that project. It would be the town.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so next up is the storm sewer system, 4,200. So there was a decrease in $5,000 under office supplies and equipment maintenance. And again, that was due to moving the computer and support software over to the IC department. There was a decrease in $6,500 under professional development, and that was a removal of the one-time expenditure for attending the 2020 Wedge Award. And that was the award through the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative. I believe this past year in 2020, it was supposed to be in Quebec City. However, it did get canceled due to COVID. There is an increase of $5,000 in maintenance services for additional flushing and cleaning of the storm pump station wet wells. There's an increase of $4,600 in utilities, mainly due to inflationary increases. An increase of $2,100 under insurance due to inflationary increases as well. And we have an increase of $7,000 under other, and that is due to property taxes. This is kind of the first year that I think that we've seen some of this, and it's through MPAC, and it's the assessment on one or multiple properties where our storm pumping stations sit. Essentially, we would be getting back 88%, which would be the municipal component. And I would, if there's any questions on that, I'd have to lean on Tom. So I wanted to mention that under maintenance, materials and supplies, as well as contract services, in 2020, we had $50,000 in each of those categories. And that was a contingency set aside for lake flooding. So we have carried that forward again for 2021 in the event that that's required. But those costs are offset from a transfer from the reserves. If there's any questions?
No, you answered mine in terms of the carryover, but it's just it's a good measure in case we need it in 21, and then whatever happens in 22, 23, that can be reflected, you know, going back in reserves. So no, I'm okay now.
Your worship, if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. And through you to Mr. Bartnick, thank you very much for the presentation. Phil, if you don't mind, just on that other point, and the carryovers I appreciate, and I acknowledge that in the kind of the preliminary text that's provided before the numbers, I appreciate kind of this proactive approach that has been, presented by, by your department and other departments on looking at things. So I thank you for that. But on this other item, I'm noticing in 2020, it just an incredible fluctuation. Just comments on that is, jumps from about 1,100 then up to 51,000 and then back to 1,000 and now budgeted. 2020 originally had it budgeted at 1,000 with the actual forecast being 51, and then towards the budget of 2021, 8,000. So I'm just sorry, if you don't mind, kind of refresh, why are we seeing such incredible fluctuations on that item?
Yep, so I might need to enlist Tom. I don't know if Tom, you want to take the first crack or?
Sure. So just let me bring our systems are running a little slow. So what we have in other, so grouped in other is we created a special GL account for flood preparedness expenses. So that's where that's rolled up to.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I recognize the efforts that have been undertaken this last year. I just, looking at those fluctuations just to get a better idea of why it is. Fully understood. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, Phil, carry on.
Okay, thank you. So next up is garbage collection, 4,400. And we have an increase of 12,555 under contract services due to inflationary and contractual increases, as well as a small allowance for new homes. Next up is garbage disposal at 4,500. And again, there's an increase of 16,200 in contract services due to inflationary contractual increase and a small allowance for new homes as well.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. A question maybe, Gary, you would know, you sit on the Solid Waste Authority. Would this fall under garbage collection or is that somewhere else?
No, you mean the garbage disposal?
Or the actually the recyclables, how we switched over from WDS was sold and then Green for Life bid it and then the city of Windsor got the contract. Is it just our municipality for recyclables or was that a contract for all of the member municipalities in the county that's now being collected, the recyclables basically?
It's all of the municipalities in the county.
Okay, so the city of Windsor now does all the recycling for them.
They're the contractor. And it's a little bit complex, but they GFL and is still their contractor of choice for recyclables in the city. But the county, it's because of the expiry date of the contracts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next up is drainage, 8,800. So we have a decrease of $3,150 under wages. And again, that was due to the removal of the 53rd pay period. We also have a decrease of $2,600 under professional development, and that's due to the anticipated impact of the ongoing pandemic. Okay, so switching gears here a bit. Next up is the sanitary sewer system, 4,100. So we see a decrease of $40,000 in user charges revenue, and so revenue to be more in line with historical consumption volumes. And there's also an offset by an increase to the rates as recommended within the town's 2015 water and wastewater rate study. We have a decrease of 61,200 in user charges allocated to capital. This represents funds transferred to reserve accounts to support capital projects. We have a decrease of $2,700 under wages and benefits. That's due to the reversal of the 53rd pay period. We have a decrease of $5,000 in office supplies and equipment maintenance. And again, that's moving the computer and support software over to the IC department. We have an increase of $6,000 in maintenance materials and supplies, due in part to additional repairs being completed by town staff on the sanitary sewer system. We have an increase of $4,000 in contract services, and that's due to sanitary treatment costs.
So that would be to Aqua?
I believe that would be the city of Windsor, the treatment costs, the contract with the city.
Oh, okay. I do have a question though when you're finished.
Okay. And then there's an increase of 4,000 in utilities due to inflationary increases. That's the end of this section. Any questions?
Yeah, just a question, Phil. Now that we've got the water issue settled with the city and so forth, and I know it affects the total cost, I believe, in terms of the homes and so forth. But on ours, the effluent, we pay by the amount of effluent that is sent to the city. The billing's different than if it was from home. If it's like the home, you're charged by the amount of water that you buy, and then consequently what is returned, and there is a formula for that. With the new agreement that we've established with the city, correct me if I'm wrong, the cost of the treatment is basically just based on the gallonage of effluent that we actually send through meters to the city.
Yes, I believe that's the case. And I believe how the rate is structured is there's a large component that is fixed, and then there's also a small variable component that changes from year to year, and I believe it's based on the previous year's volumes.
Okay. Any further questions, members of council, to Phil? Okay.
Okay, thank you. So so next up is the waterworks system. So we have an increase of 31,000 in user charges revenue due to increase to rates as recommended in the town's 2015 water and wastewater rate study. We have an increase of 55,500 in user charges allocated to capital, which represents funds transferred to reserve accounts to support capital projects. There was a decrease in transfer from reserves of 15,000 is for the reversal of a one-time budgeted cost associated with a 2020 retirement payout. We have a decrease of 36,000 in wages and benefits due to the reversal of the 53rd pay period. We have a decrease of 28,800 in office supplies and equipment maintenance, and that is in part due to moving the computer and support software over to the IC department. We have an increase of 34,900 in maintenance materials and supplies. And that's to be more in line with the historical expenditures and to ensure a ready stockpile of materials for emergency repairs. We have a decrease of 63,000 in purchases for resale to be more in line with historical water purchases expenditures. We have an increase of 19,000 under maintenance services, and that's to be more in line with historical expenditures and to undertake annual inspections on the valve turning unit that was purchased not too long ago, within the last year and a half. We have a decrease of 4,300 in utilities. The majority of that would be moving the cell phone budget over to the IC department. And we have an increase of 33,400 under transfer to reserves, and that's largely to interfunctional charges for waterworks software and cell phones budgeted under the IC services department. That's the end of that section. If there's any questions.
Go ahead, Councillor Houghton.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And through you, Mr. Bartnick, I know, the discussion in regards to implementing fluoride in the water, that's already occurred and happened. And I think from some maybe recent, we've heard that that's going to be forthcoming. Do we see any impact or any influence on the budget with regards to that?
My apologies, Councillor Altenhoff, you broke up at the beginning there. I missed perhaps the first couple seconds there of the question.
No apologies necessary. I'll repeat. So with regards to the introduction to the fluoride into the water system,
Okay.
is there any impact, because I believe that's going to be forthcoming in 2021, any impact on budgets there? Or?
So with the, it's anticipated there will be an impact. However, the value is uncertain at this time. With the recent agreement or amendment to that agreement with WUC, we do have a process set up in place now where we're able to discuss issues such as fluoride and other improvements to the city system, and whether or not they fall under some of those definitions that were refined and defined in the agreements, on whether or not there's going to be a cost share with the municipality. So that has yet to kind of go through the process.
Okay, so there's a process and a framework to deal with that
Yes.
already established. Thank you very much.
Just on the fluoride issue, and that now we were supposed to be getting reports back, but I know it's not, in terms of what we're doing tonight, but just to keep that in mind, that maybe some communications and finding out where they're at on that particular issue.
Through you, Your Worship, we have had a number of PJSLC meetings with WUC, and the topic of fluoride has come up. I know they're undertaking some tests on a kind of a system applicated to ensure that there's no adverse impacts when they're adding fluoride with some of the other I guess additives that they put into the water as well. What I can do is I can follow up with council on it with the previous minutes.
Yeah, that'd be good, because I think we're past that year, and we haven't heard anything back. It's been pretty quiet. I think last fall they were supposed to. I think their year was up.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. If there's no questions, further questions, thank you very much.
No, I'm not so much on the operations, but I think on the capital side there might be some more questions, I think. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bartnick. Now we'll move on to our Director of Parks and Recreation, Mr. Anthony, and it's on pages 104 to 122. And so I will call upon Mr. Anthony.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. I too would like to show my appreciation to our management staff at the Parks and Recreation Department for all their assistance in putting together this budget document you'll receive this evening, along with our administrative assistant staff. They do a great job in helping put the numbers together in the programs. And again, to the finance department for the great job they do in giving us all the materials we need to present. So the Parks and Recreation Department is made up of 12 individual budgets, which I will review this evening. The majority of the increase in our budgets this year are certainly reflective of COVID-19. It's certainly been a roller coaster year for Parks and Recreation. I don't think there's been a corner of our department or our service that we deliver that has not been affected in some way, shape, or form, either from closing down facilities to additional maintenance costs to ensuring our staff and other facilities are kept clean and certainly safe for all of our staff. The first budget I will go to is the maintenance budget. This budget shows a decrease of $10,000 in the other. That's reflective of the energy maintenance program or management program. In 2020, it was a one-year pilot project. We worked with IRCA and the rest of the municipalities to fund a project. Our share was $10,000, so those dollars have been reversed this year. That was for the energy management plan, as well as the wages. You'll see the reduction, excuse me, reflective of going from 53 to 52 pays. Any questions on this budget? Having heard none, we'll move to the next budget, which is the parks budget. This budget once again reflects some changes. The revenues are down slightly, reflective of, again, COVID-19, and we're assuming we're going to get in some sporting season in the outdoor, but there is going to be some reduction in revenue loss. The wages are reflective of some slight increases in a few part-time hours, but very minimum. We'll go down to the maintenance materials and supplies. A lot of that, again, is reflective. We do a lot of the cleaning in the outdoor facilities. These are maintenance materials for COVID, additional sanitation, hand PPE for the staff. The maintenance service, excuse me, is the next one. That's reflective of the additional cost for tree maintenance. We continually each year see that cost go up. So there's been an increase reflective of that. And then contract services, you'll note, that's our goose control at Lakewood Park. We increased the service by 2 months. Currently right now, we're looking for a trainer for the dog. Our young lady who did such a bang-up job last year has moved up north, I think, as I've told council. Archer, our #1 star in the park, went with her, but he is going to come back with a new trainer. And so that expanded service will help us keep Lakewood somewhat free of geese. I think everybody can see and notes when the dogs are on work and when they're not working. The utility section shows an increase, and a lot of that is reflective of water and hydro of the splash pads. Last year, we operated only a couple months with the new splash pad. And so those rates are reflective of the actuals this year and projected costs for next year. You'll note this year's actuals were over the projected. The insurance costs went up $7,400. Again, that's just some new assets have been put in place. So there's some cost increases as well as the overall increase of the insurance allocation. And that is the maintenance, or excuse me, the parks budget. So I'm open to any questions on the parks budget.
All right, any questions? Councillor Holtenhoff.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And through you, thank you, Mr. Anthony, for the presentation. Just a comment, I guess, on the utilities. And I appreciate you articulating the point that, the numbers there are perhaps potentially, as a result of, the splash pads. I just hope that, maybe we can use kind of the information that we're seeing because we do have a number of splash pads, that we're putting in place and wish to put in place for the future. So we can use it to help model future forecasts on that. That may be beneficial, just as we progress forward. But thank you very much.
Okay, if there's no other questions on the parks, we'll move to the next budget. This budget is the parks buildings. So that is the St. Clair Beach Community Center, all the picnic shelters, the washrooms, the outdoor washrooms, etc. You'll note here that the revenues will reflect a slight decrease again based on COVID-19 and what our projected usages are. The increase in the revenues, or excuse me, in the wages are reflective mostly again of COVID-19. So I could back up for a minute on all of our staffing enhancements throughout our department. They're all interrelated. All are related to part-time staff and all are reflective of COVID-19 expanded duties and sanitation. So in the parks budget, buildings budget, we did allocate this year the funding that will cover the cost of the additional sanitation throughout the day, Monday to Friday, by one of our staff members to come through Town Hall, Fire Department, Police Department, the Public Works Building, and the Parks Building, to go through a couple times a day, sanitize the touch points, washrooms, etc., to help keep our staff safe. There has been a few additional hours also allocated to our part-time arena attendants who do some work in the summertime in the outdoor facilities. Again, we're stepping up our sanitation with some new equipment we have to go into the outdoor washrooms to ensure that they're fogged, that they're cleaned regularly, so that they don't go a full day without any type of sanitation. Also the outdoor equipment. Outside of that, the material supplies, again, there's a slight increase, and that's for janitorial supplies. Once again, reflective of the supplies that we require to sanitize these facilities. So I'm open to any questions on the parks building budget. Okay, we'll move to the next budget, and that's the arena budget. So obviously this budget will be the biggest hit on the revenues because of the downtime and also the scheduling opportunities we now have to put into the arena. It's not like it used to be where every 10 minutes you could flood the ice and a new group came on. There's a separation point of allowing people into the building. We did very well last year operating under the that we had outside of being totally shut down. So you'll note public skating, all of the revenues have shown a decrease. The wage increase, once again, there is some additional cost. Some of it has been offset by transfer to reserves as well. And what that is for the new position we call it COVID ambassador, the housekeeper. That individual is the one who's responsible to open and shut the doors. Unfortunately, under the current COVID terms, as we reported to council earlier last year, you can't just leave the doors open and let the public come and go as they wish because the number's allocated inside. So we have this individual who's there. When the user groups have their allotment together, they're allowed in, they're allowed out. The minute that they're allowed in, the door shut, that person then takes care of the hallways, sanitizing washrooms, touch points, glass, door handles, etc. They're kind of the air traffic control at the front. And then we had to have some additional arena part-time hours because now we have to have one facility attendant on each pad because of the cleaning and the separation for the ice, the change rooms that are being used for different groups. We've got them separated. So we've only have 4 full-time staff. So the additional hours, we need to have that second person when we're busy. We go through the office supplies. That's a decrease. Again, that was a transfer, a lot of that from the cell phones and the equipment to IT. Professional development has been decreased, reflective again of conferences and no travel, doing some virtual. There's still some in there. We do still responsible for training. Our organizations have put together great packages to do online, so we ensure our staff are continually trained at all time. The utilities, there's a slight increase in that area. Again, that's just rates and operational. You never know. I know that the province is looking at decreasing some rates, but that's our reflective right now. Insurance, we did have a little bit of an increase to the budget. And outside of that, there's not much else on the arena budget. So I'm open to any questions on the arena operations and budget.
You would think with the reduction in service with the building, being closed, that our insurance company, would take that in consideration instead of giving us an increase, because actually, when you think of it, the risks are being reduced, not increased by no means. So I'm just disappointed that, insurance companies don't look at the grander scheme in terms of, we've been months under this program.
Exactly.
Just a comment more than a question, but if you're having a conversation with them, Tom, just let them know that we're not happy. Councillor Altenhoff.
Thank you, Worship. And on that point, I appreciate that. That's something, that we noticed throughout all of them. But I know that some insurance companies at some points are giving or providing, some refunds. I think it would be appropriate to reach out to these, to the insurance providers and query, because it is warranted in all fairness. Thank you.
And the biggest problem that we have is the fact that the amount of insurance companies looking at insuring municipalities have shrunk dramatically in the last year or two. And I can tell you from the county perspective and some other agencies like our waste management, they were scrambling to find carriers. And so it's, I guess, supply and demand. That's the other issue as well, is that, and it's something that our association, AMO, has been professing to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and anybody up in Queen's Park, and a lot of it is the joint and several liability piece. But that's why I made that point that when the building's empty, nobody's going to get hurt, and so that's the part that it's really disappointing. But it's a big picture item. I don't know if there's something, Tom, you want to add or.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So I can chime in on this a bit. So we did challenge our insurer with the increase. So it really is a global issue. So a lot of insurance is reinsured through Lloyd's of London. So what happens is everything basically flows through an insurer in a primary insurer in London, and global insurance costs are factored into all of our rates. So we are paying for flooding in Europe or wherever it happens on the globe. So we end up getting a part of that incorporated. So these increases are being experienced by everyone. And although our increase is large at 8%, we do benefit in that we had just recently renewed, and based on our renewal, they capped our annual increase at 8% for the first 2 years. So it likely would have been higher. So hopefully things improve going forward, but it really is it's a global item.
Okay. If there's no more questions on the arena budget, we'll move to the recreation programs. The recreation program budget, you'll see a decrease this year, and that's reflective of the day camp. And at this point in time, we are not planning on operating the day camp. With the COVID-19, there's a specialized program. The numbers are really limited to the amount of instructors you have, the qualifications for those instructors, et cetera. So at this point in time, we're recommending, we're proposing that this service will not be offered, similar to 2020, where the day camp was not able to be offered. The remaining wage on this is the administration portion that's assessed to the program and recreation area.
Again, more just a comment, Mr. Anthony, it's, this pandemic is really taking its course, there's no doubt, especially, the young who don't understand, that, stay at home and the difficulties that are put there and the extra pressures that are put on moms and dads and so forth. So it's really, it's difficult for families, especially young families, in dealing with the pandemic.
Okay, if there's no other questions on this budget, we'll move to the next. The concession budget. So once again, we shut the concessions down when the building shut down last March, and we did a report earlier this year that we would not be recommending operating the concessions in 2021. We'll have a relook at it in the future, possibly maybe even looking to tender out the operation of it. But as we're not allowed to have people hang around or come in and really spectate, there is no need for this operation. We do still have some of the vending machines in, so they are allowed to get a Gatorade or a small snack if they so need after they're allowed to use the ice surface.
Gary, Mr. Mayor?
Yep, go ahead, Councilor Tony.
You to Paul. Paul, just asking about the old Lakewood building, the pro shop up front there. That seems like a gold mine to make some money for somebody if they have the right product. And have we had much interest in leasing that out?
So that is reflective in another budget, Councilor Tonio, but yes, we did have an RFP that we were developing. Unfortunately, once again, with COVID-19, operations are certainly restricted as to what could have gone in. We have had a lot of interest. I have a lot of names from individuals from the public who've expressed their interest, are looking for the RFP. Once we get through the first couple of months and we see what kind of direction is coming, in talking to some of the vendors, it's the same thing. We offer it out, they make their presentations, we award, and they can't operate. So we'd like to see where we fall out, what we can do, but there has been a lot of interest, and there will be something, we've had some commercial interest along with some food service interest. So there's a wide variety of ideas that have been floated around.
Oh, you're muted, Councilor Tonio.
Sorry. Thank you, Paul. You answered my question. I spent a lot of time there as a kid golfing, so it's an important building to me. And now with the park there so beautiful, I think we can generate some more income there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can move to the next budget, which is the pool. So the pool budget, you'll see there's a decrease in revenue as well as expenses. That is reflective of us looking at only operating the pool for basically July and August. It would be a service that would be decreased. Again, reflective of numbers. The Life Saving Society, you have to make reservations. You can only have so many in the pool at a certain time. There's only so many lessons allowed. So before we used to be able to run multiple, we cannot do that any longer. So we're proposing this budget at this point in time. This budget also, should the spring come upon us and it become too onerous to operate, then the budget would be, the facility would be closed, and similar to last year, the expense would be minimum to maintain the building. And it'll be nice to put water back in. You don't want a building or a pool, outdoor pool, to sit for too long when not operational for the equipment, etc. But it is on a downsized service that if we are able to offer it safely, we will. And again, if for some reason we can't, the building or the operation will be shut down, and there would be a cost savings at that point in time.
Any questions? No. Okay, Paul.
Okay, we'll move to the next budget. This is the library budget. This is a status quo budget. This budget is just basically, we're responsible for the materials and supplies, the maintenance service, the HVAC, and the insurance on the building. I will tell you that we had proposed to do an RFP in 2020 to secure the services of an architect to meet with the public and redesign renovations to the library facility. In conversations I had with the chief librarian through the turmoil, again, one more time, another facility that's been affected by COVID-19. We thought it best to wait. Let's get through this a little bit longer and then see what services are going to be, need to be offered when we come out of this. Is there still going to be, the amount of large book services there currently is? Or will we need to put in other amenities in there that meets now a new need? So the operations will continue. Those are our commitments. And then as far as the architect and the renovation proposals, those will be followed through this year.
Your Worship, I've got a question for Mr. Anthony. If you're
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that, and certainly this is something near and dear to my heart. I'll say I'm disappointed, but understanding of the circumstances. So I'm curious as to whether there's a sense that the square footage would be reduced. I mean, I'm wondering. Like the trends that we've seen have been pre-COVID have been elimination of books, but more computer terminals, and I know that has been a pretty popular ask over the years, even though they're not. It's not a core municipal service, and so I guess in my mind I always thought the transition from one would be offset with the other, and if so, I'm just is that not the case anymore? That we're potentially seeing a reduction in the use of the space?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dowie, no, and I do apologize if that was the message I was sending out. No, it's just the space that's there. What can we best use it for? So I think you hit the nail on the head. The expansion of the computer services. I think the Leamington Library, which just got done completed just before COVID, and then all of a sudden when this hit, their needs even changed in that facility. So we want to see what there is, what programming, is it more into the computers? Is there some other study areas and such? So no, I don't believe at all there will be a decrease in the space. It'd just be how are we going to utilize that space? So when we do renovate, how are we going to renovate it? That would be the key to it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Dowie. Okay, Paul, I don't think there's any further questions here. I think it's just a matter of getting COVID behind us before we can recharge ourselves in terms of what the library is going to be. But
okay, we can move to the next. The cultural other. So these are our two historical society buildings. And again, there's not much change to this budget. They were able to operate a little bit. The revenues, the user charge is just reflective of basically hydro, the utilities in the building. So they're still utilizing the building. There are still those costs. And there was minimum expenditures for any of the other miscellaneous. So it's a status quo budget once again.
okay, questions? All right, carry on.
Okay. Excuse me. The next budget is the Corn Fest budget. And in reviewing events and festivals of large sizes, and again, under the restrictions of COVID-19, we're recommending this year that the Corn Fest budget not be received and approved, that we would shift the dollars from the Corn Fest budget, not all of them, some of them to programs and special events, which I will speak of our last budget. I don't foresee, and in my contacts foresee, that the large crowds are going to return this summer. Vaccination at best is projected to be sometime in September. There's all kinds of discussions too as to how do you provide a safe facility in these day and times with large numbers? Meaning, do you have to check for vaccinations at the door? If they don't vaccinate, are they not allowed in? If they are vaccinated and people are in without vaccinations, they're still carriers. Some of the vendors, our staff are all youth. our volunteers. There's concerns. So at this point in time, we're recommending that the festival budget not be received this year and that those dollars be transferred. We'll look at other events. We have a list that I'll speak to a little bit later of some ideas we have to keep the public engaged, to give them ideas, to give them something to go to on a smaller basis where we can control. A magnitude of the numbers we had in this, the cost for additional security, staffing required to ensure that protocols are in place, masks are worn, sanitization, etc. It's just at this point in time, I don't see small communities being able to host these festivals in 2021. So I'm open to any questions on this budget.
No, not questions, maybe a comment. I think you're wise. I think it's wise for council to look at that for this year, but obviously at the tail end of, we're hoping that vaccinations are completed by September and whatever happens at the tail end, but dollars to prepare ourselves for our celebration, which is our 100th anniversary leading into 22. So we could carry some of those funds into 2022.
Your worship. Yeah, I would echo, those comments and, given the, I guess, current state of where things sit. And I fully realize the amount of time and effort that it takes to put this event on. I completely agree with, putting it off this year as much as I don't, like to hear it. And I know the community certainly appreciates the event. I just can't see, how we can responsibly, put it on given the circumstances of today. So that's just my comment.
Thank you, Councilor Houston. Any further questions or comments? Carry on, Mr. Anthony.
Okay, so we'll go now to the Christmas in Tecumseh. Now, the Christmas in Tecumseh budget is a budget that reflects our celebrations that end up in December, late November, December annually. We left the budget status quo intact, hoping that there could be something. This year, I do have to give kudos out to our staff again, our part-time staff, our recreation staff that scrambled and put together a number of events and activities that surrounded the Christmas season that the residents could participate in. Unfortunately, a couple of them weren't able to be followed through on because they were teaching classes. However, once again, staff rose to the occasion and they were able to get the supplies and get them in the hands of the residents and then be able to walk them through the cooking for the gingerbread house, etc. So again, to Brett, Carrie, and the part-time staff that worked very, very hard on those events, I think they did the community proud. And this year, if for some reason we can't go back again to a celebration, which again, it may be difficult with the large numbers, we can enhance. We'll have time to develop, possibly there could be a reverse parade or a number of other items that could make our community proud and expand on what we did this year. So we've left the budget as status quo. Once again, if we can run it as a full service, that would be great. But really looking at it, I think it will have to be, again, something that we'll have to provide different levels of service to it, but make sure our residents are engaged and see a complete benefit.
Okay, any questions? Okay, move on.
If there's no questions on that, we'll come to our last budget, which is a special event budget. So this budget has been developed. This is a budget that historically has hosted all of our events down at Lakewood, the summer barbecues, the movies out at Weston Park, etc. So to help offset the loss of some of the other programmings, we did offer a number of smaller programs this year that were contained. So we could have 10 seniors in a park doing a fitness session. So our goal is to expand on those and also provide a number of other single day events or events that could be done that that people can participate in, but certainly social distance, biking, cycling, some type of a virtual day camp. The Power Off and Playground this year was a great, some of the seniors, we have some cooking, pickleball, with a new pickleball complex coming, we can have some programs that these individuals can really partake in. We can have some more virtual events, as well as traditional events will be modified. Family Day, March Break, Earth Day, Victoria Day, Canada Day, Bonfire Fireworks, In Motion. So we'll expand on those, and some of the staffing has been assessed over too from the Corn Festival, and some additional hours for some students, which we hope to get some SJS support from as well, so that we can have these staffed on the weekend. They won't just be Monday to Fridays. There'll be evenings and afternoons and weekends, so that individuals can participate. So I'm open to any questions on this portion of the budget and the last portion of the Parks and Recreation budget.
Go ahead, Councillor Dowie.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Paul. I think this is certainly a great response to the loss of the major events that we normally have, especially the Corn Festival, and certainly opportunity to give some relief for all the homebound families that are trying their best to get through and give them something to look forward to. So I want to give my thanks to the staff and all of your staff and everyone who put together the plan. I think it was very thoughtful rather than just eliminate something. Let's put something back that meets the needs of the day, and that can really make a meaningful difference. So I just want to say thank you.
And I would say let's get in contact with our federal MP and get those applications in for those students. We were very successful last year, and there's certainly some opportunities. I guess I've always said the early bird gets the worm. So I know he's anticipating again our application. So, but I do agree with the comments that Councillor Dowie has just brought forward. I think this is conscientious and it's well thought of, and it's not kind of abandoning, some of the efforts, because I think it's important that we have some items for certainly our constituency, because it's, again, going to be a long winter and probably a long spring, and probably a tough start to the summer. So, but from what I gather here, I think you're well poised to at least mitigate some of those angst with certainly our residents.
Yes, and I did forget to mention too, Alex and Candace, who did a great job as well assisting. And I can assure you, our SGS, we're working with the clerks and the HR department right now, and that is certainly in the process.
Okay, very, very well. Thank you for that, Mr. Anthony. Okay, so any further questions or comments to Mr. Anthony at this time? Okay, we'll move on. And I think that was the last of your budgets. So now we'll ask our Director of Building and Planning, Mr. Hillman, to bring his budgets forward. And we'll start with building, I think. And then, so that's located pages 123 to 131 on your package.
Yes. Thank you and good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. So we'll be going through building, bylaw enforcement, planning, and transit. So starting off with building, there are a few changes to note here. You'll notice at the very beginning there's a $5,000 grant. We filed an application with the Rural Economic Development Fund, and we're successful. And what it's helping fund for the department is a transition over to a completely paperless system with some new software, programming, and equipment. And in addition to that, in getting some of our prior materials put into a electronic format, we are having some significant scanning undertaken As you can appreciate, very large drawings have accumulated over the years, full-size drawings. And so we have, through this grant program, been able to retain the services of a person who has just commenced for 3 months to scan all those drawings. So there's a grant for $5,000. Then you'll see down below that there's also, under other expenses, a $10,000 expense for that person. So our goal is to try and get all of the drawings scanned in, and ultimately those would be tied to a property under the GIS system. Which was discussed earlier by Mr. Firth. And that is certainly very useful information for the town. So that's a one-time allocation of funds there. You'll also notice that the licenses and permits are increased by $183,000. So every year what we do at budget time is we sort of have a standard amount that is expenses that or revenues that we anticipate in the building area for very standard types of permits. And then we project what the anticipated development is coming forward, the nature of the development. And we put in a factor of about 75% sort of a risk factor that gives us some wiggle room. But you can see that based on what we're seeing coming down the horizon, we are anticipating a fairly significant increase in permit revenues for this year of about $183,000. And at the end of the day, that will, once we get to the bottom, you'll see that has a net impact on this budget. When we look at the expenses, there is, of course, the reduction for professional development because of one time for COVID. Professional services, there's an increase of $25,000 there. Usually we hold some funds there around $3,500 for any sort of small legal services we might require, which would surface through our service delivery. What we're proposing this year is just a one-time $25,000 available for having the ability to have contract services for inspections. One of the issues that we're facing in a small department, we have a CBO and one building inspector. Coverage during vacation, or if there's a sick leave, or just the volume of work, and the issue of just having the availability of inspectors generally. It's a real challenge in Ontario right now, actually. So seeing the work that's coming down the pipe, we want to make sure that the town's able to respond, because in this division, they're doing plans, reviews, and inspections as the core business. One of the additional factors is we do have some fairly complex buildings that are going up, as you're aware, a number of apartment buildings in additions to some of the manufacturing facilities and so on. So we're proposing that as a one-time and really to monitor the situation as we go through the year into 2022. And ultimately, with all of that having been said, there's approximately, a slight net expenditures are reduced from prior years, and we have a slight increase in the actual revenue of about 500%. So that's fairly significant. No staffing changes anticipated, but just some additional support if it's needed under contract.
So if I get this right, Mr. Hillman, you're looking at outside professional services to complement if it's vacation relief and just to keep the business of the municipality moving forward.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it is, Mr. Mayor. And, when we're dealing with either plans reviews or inspection services, there are timelines, both that are legislated, but that are expected by our customers too. And the permit system is designed to have the revenues collected that offset these costs for the municipality. So, it's about customer service and ensuring that we have the capacity to deliver to the needs that we're going to be facing.
Any questions, follow-ups or comments from members of council? Okay, carry on.
Okay, so now we're looking at, it's called bylaw. So this is bylaw enforcement, and council will recall that last year, we had a full complete year with basically a new program We had allocated more resources towards this with council support. And one of the things we realized with COVID is that, the duties of the job shifted quite a bit with COVID in response to some provincial initiatives around enforcement. But having said that, the bylaw in front of us is relatively status quo. It does reflect future COVID realities, which our professional development will be reduced. The one change that is the one change actually in the budget, and we are at this time seeing no other changes. We've had fairly strong response to the bylaw enforcement initiatives that the town's been undertaking over the last year, and look forward to hopefully having continued success going into this year.
Okay, any questions? Okay, carry on.
Transit. As council will recall, Chad Jeffrey manages the transit system, and it's provided by for Student Canada, a service provider. The town owns the 2 transit buses, but they provide the drivers, the service, and the maintenance, and so on. A couple of changes. Again, COVID has had a significant impact on this service. We did see our ridership coming back up as we came out of the first wave, not back to the same numbers that we have in normal times, but it did return. And then we have seen a decrease, particularly once the schools went out of class. But we still do have ridership, and it is above where we were in the first wave when we had the complete shutdown around March, April. We'll have a report to council shortly in the next couple of meeting sessions on, an update on the results of the 2020 year. But having said that, so you'll see that we are anticipating a reduction in fares, which is user charges. It's possible that could be impacted even more significantly, given it's difficult to anticipate where we're going to be going with COVID. But we have accounted for a reduction in user charges and fares, which is slightly offset by an 8,500 increase in a transfer from reserves. You'll see just a couple lines down. The contract services are the major expense under this budget, and we have allocated for a 2% increase. You'll recall, council, that a report was brought forward and there was a 2-year extension on the 5-year contract. So we've accounted for an increase of 2%, inflationary increase. And as you're aware, we will be evaluating, a number of alternatives going forward that will come back to council in terms of the nature of the service and relationships with other providers, and even, in some dialogue with some of the neighboring municipalities. So that will be ongoing over the next year and a bit more with that. So ultimately, at the end of the day, there is a slight increase in expenditures of about 7%, really driven by the drop in revenues and ultimately users.
Any questions?
Mayor, through you to Brian, and apologize if I didn't ask this earlier, Brian, but can you clarify just what the transfer from reserves on the revenue side is? Yes. I see it, 96,000, but just what that number entails.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Good question. And so I'll give the part A, and Tom might want to give part B to this. But really, what that deals with is there really are 3 funding sources for our transit system. One are the fares, which are shown as user charges. The other is grants. That's at the very top. Those are our provincial funds, and that fluctuates every year on a complex system related to our own expenditures on prior years and based on the fact their calendar year goes March to March, et cetera. And then transfer from reserves. That is the difference between our provincial grants, our user charges, or the fare box, and that is what the levy is collecting and contributing towards this service. So a transfer from reserve are the taxes collected that are then delivered to this service area and cover the costs of the service.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right, any further questions or comments? Okay, carry on, Mr.
Okay,
Hillman.
thank you. So then we move on to planning and zoning, and really what this area is covering is, fundamentally our development review process, and that's legislated by the Planning Act in terms of how decisions are made by council and how certain processes are undertaken. We oversee the CIP grant program with great support from the Finance Division and other special studies and sort of strategic initiatives. So this budget's really driven largely by the type and nature and amount of development, and also the special studies that we are undertaking. So there is a section of the budget just down called professional services being one, which shows 113,000 projected. And then you'll also see a transfer from reserves up above that equals that amount. So there are fundamentally three major studies, actually four. One is coming to a close, we hope, which is the official plan very soon. And we'll have council in a position to hopefully adopt that, and we'll push it through the approval process and, continue with whatever consultations required prior to that and after that happens. Flowing from that, there will be the completion of the Tecumseh Hamlet secondary plan, which is fundamentally the Van Mall corridor and some growth areas that are anticipated there. That would be the first project to be completed. In addition, we need to commence, you'll recall the community benefit charge was brought into place by the provincial government under bills 108 and 197. And it's going to have some impacts on how we collect for an increase in services that are required as a result of new development. And the CDC, as it's called, will require a background study, not unlike a development charge study, which we've done approximately every 5 years, to rationalize the collection of that charge through a public process. And at the same time, the changes that have been made will require us to make a few modifications to the development charges bylaw that we have. So there have been a number of extensions on the timelines in which council has to have regard to these legislative changes. With COVID, they've been pushing it out, and we can see that there's some pressures again with COVID as a result. But we've identified the project. We intend to commence it this year. And the third item is the Old Castle special planning study for future development lands, which we are now anticipating to commence in late 2021 and flowing into 2022. So that shows up there as well. So those are three studies that would have outside expertise, whether it be engineering, some planning, urban design, or financial expertise, such as a CN Watson type of person. In addition, there is under grants and donations, you'll see as you look across, that is the CIP program. And that's the grant program that was approved by council through the adoption of the community improvement plan. As you're aware, I think that has been a very successful program, and there is significant activity happening along the corridor from the private development perspective, both commercial and certainly residential. So we are anticipating, that there is a continued draw towards this, and we are proposing at this time a one-time increase of $75,000 to the grant program to bring it up to $200,000 for 2021. I think there are a lot of inquiries made with the municipality around this program, and it's not unlike fishing. Some you catch, others you don't, but there's a real keen interest in this area. And I think a lot of it's driven by the programs that have been approved by council as it relates to the grant programs. And finally, on this budget, again, there's a reduction in the professional development in reflection of the COVID situation that we're currently facing. So I think, Mr. Mayor, that's sort of the highlights of this area.
Just a question, Brian, on the secondary plan, especially the Hamlet area, and now that we at least have, I think, some direction from the county on 42 and the realignment of 43, in your estimate, do you feel that with the completion of that, basically the only piece left would be servicing, which would be the sanitary water? I don't think is an issue. And would it be proper at that time to start working with the landowners in terms of working with the municipality in terms of what their needs are?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good question. I think the fundamentals are the servicing, certainly once those planning studies, and actually to be quite frank, they are a combination of planning studies that try and set out how the lands will firstly be used and how they'll develop, but they're also servicing studies are integral to those. So sanitary is major, and I would suggest storm, because that whole area is looking at a number of regionalized storm facilities that were identified in terms of location and sizing through the Upper Little River Stormwater Master Plan that we were a part of with IRCA and the city. And there has been coordination to date. As that study has evolved, there have been meetings with key landowners to identify, what are the issues are, what their issues are, and what we see coming forward are solutions to the servicing issues. But certainly once we get through the secondary plan process, the next thing will be to look at staging of infrastructure improvements and determining the relationships and who will take the lead on those. Sometimes it may be a developer who's front-ending some of that infrastructure. Some of it may be the municipality, and it's coordinating those things and coming to some consensus around determining what the priorities are in relation to that area.
Yeah, because I and I'm sure that not only myself, but other members of council have been approached in terms of developers are saying just that, what do we need to do to get it going? I think for us, more than anything compared to other municipalities is I would say we're pretty tied into two basic growth areas, the Sylvester lands and then that. And so for others, especially when you're working collectively together to say manage a stormwater issue within another community. And so is it at top of mind, their priority, or is it basically they've got many other areas in which they're taking advantage of, and it kind of puts the squeeze on our municipality in terms of development? So that's my only take on this too, is that the issue that also that we worked with the county to emphasize the fact that whatever new services that are being put on 42 on the expansion of that road is that storm, it doesn't restrict us, but I don't know how much of that will play into, say, that particular area. We know that probably east of Lesperos Road, there's obviously a big concern for us. We had concerns there and so forth to take care of that. But this would be something for subject for other conversation that we should be having, council and with you, and certainly planning in terms of, okay, here's the subdivision plan. Here's the CIP that we worked really hard in developing a plan for that area in terms of what we expect, whether some commercial nodes with to support residential and certainly so forth, how to incorporate that in the package. And so I think that as soon as you're prepared to bring forward that subdivision agreement, and that I think we should be starting to look at maybe having that conversation with council and bringing in those landowners who have been calling us and saying, we'd like to be part of this, certainly this program, because we know the benefits of development. We see it in the budget, that new assessment is critical. But just some of those things I think are critical for us. And we've always been very diligent in terms of preparing ourselves so that and it's part of our mandate, and even on the strategic plan, that whatever we do, it has to be sustainable, and it has to have, the climate change perspective to it and so forth. So, but I think we're getting to that, certainly that point. So it's just that we don't have the 14 different areas where we can put, construction together and build homes. We've got 2.
Yeah, 2, I would agree with you, Mr. Mayor. 2 significant areas, multiple landowners, and we've been lucky enough to find ourselves squeezed between 2 municipalities as well. Our geography is very interesting, and our connection points to the major transportation infrastructure has some challenges as a result. But as we've always said, we are very strategically located in relation to the region, the international crossing, and so on. So we know there are some major strengths here, and I would tend to agree as well that once we're in the right place, and the discussion can happen, there's probably some strategic decisions for council to make, which would help guide, how some of these areas can be lifted up and start moving forward.
Yeah, and just an example of that is when we decided to do the CIP on Tecumseh Road to try to instill some development.
Yeah,
that's been a real success story for us. And so, if you got the plan and you've got the infrastructure ready to go, then it just it doesn't just open the door; it kicks the door wide open.
Yeah.
For that potential. So. I'll be very interested in the delivery of that particular report in the near future.
Yep, fully understood.
Okay, any further questions or comments to Mr. Hillman? And I would, go ahead.
One more slide. There's just one more small slide to go.
Oh, no, I realized that. I just want to know
okay.
On this one here. I was just going to say carry on.
Just a question on this, on the 8100, if you don't mind, please, Mr. Mayor.
Sure.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Hillman, thank you very much for the presentation. And Brian, if you don't mind, I just, I'm looking kind of at the history of the grants and donations, recognizing, there's kind of a significant increase that's proposed, for CIP purposes. And I appreciate that. And I also appreciate, the importance of those grants. But I am noting that, in 2019 actuals were even just quickly rounding up $70,000. Budgeted for 2020 was 125. For 2021, looking at $200,000, where that change is effectively, more than doubling the actual that we saw in 2019. I really don't want to look at 2020 because 2020 is a bit of an interesting year with the pandemic. But I'm just I'm just kind of questioning with that amount of increase. Do you think it's that being that significant? Is it appropriate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, very good question. So there's a little bit of a situation I have to explain here. So what happens is council allocates funds for this program. And then you'll recall we bring forward a number of reports to council that basically are an approval of a grant, but the grant is not paid out until someone completes the works. Now, for simple things like a design study, that happens usually within a few months, but some of the more complex buildings where maybe there's a grant for a cap up to 100% of or $100,000, which is our cap on every property for development charges, let's say, that money doesn't actually come out until that project is completed. So there's a bit of a lag in what you're seeing in these numbers in terms of the historical context. So it's a function of, and Tom may be able to explain it better, but it's a function of council basically grants something, and then we count that as money that's out of our budget, but we don't actually, take it out for a period of time until they complete their work. So we right now know that for 2021, we would anticipate if the building happens that is proposed and there are already discussions happening with some site plans that will come forward to council, that we will exceed the $200,000 grant allocation that's available for sites in that area. And you know what we could do actually, when our next report comes forward, there is a table that's attached to those reports, and it breaks down everything that has been granted by council and what's been paid out to date. And there's a real big lag in between those two events happening. So I think that's why we're seeing what doesn't look like, for example, anything significant has really been happening. There actually has been, and we have actually funds from earlier in the program where council was actually putting money towards the grant system before we started using it. So we have a bit of a reserve built up, but it has been drawn down. And again, Tom could maybe, give us a sense of where we're at. I think we're at about $73,000 in our available funds in that. So we can see that we've granted a lot out, but we haven't paid a lot out. And
I do I'm sorry, excuse me for everything, but I do recognize there's a number of initiatives that are tapping into it, which really is a good thing, because it's also a reflection of betterment of that area. But I just wanted to make sure, and I appreciate the justification, to those individuals watching. I think it's important for them to be aware that, we're on the hook for that money and budgeted accordingly. So I think that's important.
Yeah. And as I had said before, Mr. Mayor, through you, it's very interesting, this area, insofar as the interest that has surfaced. And, that's what these CIP programs were intended to do under the Planning Act. We really have seen some significant interest in the area. Now, as I said, there's a lot of interest, but not all of it comes through. But what we're seeing is more and more of it is coming through when they start looking at the grant program that's available and the deferred tax system that's available and so on. So,
thank you.
I'm very pleased with it so far.
I think on the other side of that too is that that 200,000. What does it bring to the table? Yes, you're granting this, and when you look at I think the Lentis project, for example, I'll use it. It's 16 to 20 million, and so it's the millions of dollars it brings into the community as well. And I just got a call today for right next to 360. You'll be getting a call, Mr. Hillman. They've leased the other side, and now he wants to put the new apartment building and a new commercial in the front. So the car lots are gone. Yeah. And so I would assume that will be a pretty hefty grant, just that one alone. But again, this is a few $1 million development that's going to be added on to that. So that'd be nice to see that for every dollar that you put in there turns into this. And I know it takes time because of the deferrals and so forth. But the reality that 5 years down the road, to me, it's like you're putting that into a mutual fund. And, at the end of the day, those tax dollars are going to start coming in. Really significant tax dollars are going to be coming in down the road. Councillor Dowie.
Thank you, Worship, and I echo what you just said. I mean, this is a return on investment. This land, these properties have been very challenging to redevelop, and they're the built environment. This program has leveraged a great deal of investment, and we're recovering those funds through our growth. So I'm happy to see this program continue, and happy to see the uptick, because when there's uptick, that means we get even more in terms of a reimbursement on that little investment in the existing built environment. So that's very exciting news that you shared, and that's exactly what I hope to see in the CIP area. So just want to let staff know, certainly keep it up. This has been a great success, and I'm looking forward to seeing a great downtown in a couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Anything further? Mr. Hillman?
Okay.
Area?
One left. Just if we advance the slide. So in the planning area, Committee of Adjustment is under the Planning Act as well. And those are for minor variances, severance applications and so on. And we have a Secretary Treasurer involved, Mr. Jeffrey, and is sort of the lead on dealing with the planning issues there. Very much a status quo budget. And you'll see a reduction in professional development one time with respect to COVID. Of course, the committee meets monthly. And it really takes on the responsibility of council under the Planning Act on those applications for variances and lot severances and that sort of thing.
Any questions or comments to Mr. Hillman on the Committee of Adjustment budget for 21? None. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. I think we're going to go back to Mr. Kitsos, I think, on our life cycle, and that's basically found on pages 132 to 172 of the package.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the presentations that have just completed were for the operating budgets. So I just like to clarify that. So now that we've gone through all the operating, we have two other areas that we will discuss, and one is the one that we call life cycle. So life cycle essentially refers to our capital budget and our capital program. So the way our capital program works, and this is just a reminder for council and our audience, is that we have a life cycle program, which is a collection of reserves based on asset category. And so what we do is we allocate a certain amount of funds to each of those reserves annually. And then the funds are drawn from those capital reserves when the time comes to proceed with capital projects. So when we go through the budget as we are today, we discussed earlier in the very first department in corporate shared, the $566,000 increase in allocation to reserves. So that is essentially an increase to the capital allocation to reserves. It doesn't necessarily mean that that's what we will be spending additionally this year. It is an allocation. So the allocations are based on studies that we do periodically. So we do several studies over the course of years. So the roads need studies every 5 years, bridges every 2 years. We do our asset management plan, and then there's the DC study. So all these studies and what they do is they give us an idea of which projects will be upcoming for us and what the updated replacement costs or new costs are for those projects. So when we recommend an increase to the allocation, it's based on either studies that have come out that have identified increases in costs, or sometimes it's based on, an example would be for fleet, on our actual experience of rising costs for vehicles. So that's where we would update replacement costs. And when it comes to the new infrastructure levy, that has to do with new infrastructure projects that we foresee coming in the future, new or enhanced. So our life cycle program is meant to set aside funds to replace our existing assets. And the new infrastructure levy is a program to set aside funds for new assets or for enhancement of existing assets. So with respect, there's a couple things. So one is the increase. So what we did this year is we reviewed our allocation, our annual allocation to our life cycle categories. And we based that off of the studies that I mentioned and several others. There's also you'll recall, of course, the storm drainage master plan that came out just recently with the over $107 million in capital projects recommended. So there's those sorts of things that will update what we project we will need for our capital projects going into the future. So what we did is we have several life cycle categories, and they are in the budget document on, I'll have to find the page. But what we did is we went through these studies and we went through an exercise with all the departments to find out what the annual allocations should be based off these studies and our asset management plan. So we found that we updated it and we we see that we require about $9.4 million per year allocated to our life cycle reserves, whereas we're allocating, I believe it's around 7.8. So what we're recommending this year is an increase of 366,000 to several of those categories, some of those that I had mentioned earlier. And that is to set aside in advance of the expenditures that will be coming. So it's like a pay-as-you-go program, however, not exactly, in that some of our life cycle reserves are actually in the negative. Overall, our life cycle program has been very successful, and it is certainly one of the strengths of our financials. But that is essentially how the program works. So now when you look at our budget document, you will see that we have a section on life cycle, and it will list some capital projects. So these capital projects, so at the time of this budget, what we're reviewing, we asked departments to come up with what they believe may be some projects upcoming for the year. But as council is aware, those projects do not get approved at this point in time. Departments will bring forward their 5-year capital plans, and at that time, projects recommended for the year will be reviewed by council and approved if council so chooses. So although the majority of the projects that you see in the project that you see in the budget document will likely be on the 5-year capital plans that you see. You know, some things do change, of course, over the time of the development of the project, and by the time the 5-year capital plans are brought forward to council. But the key thing to remember is at this point in time, we're not approving certain projects. We're not asking council today to approve these capital projects that are in this budget. Those will come forward in 5-year capital plans. What we are asking council to approve is these allocations to the reserves that support the capital plans. So that's it in a nutshell. And so I believe it's on page 163 of the document. You'll see that this is the summary of the life cycle categories and what we've come up with the annual requirement. And you'll see that we have a deficiency there. The largest being storm sewers. And this primarily comes out of 2 documents. So that's our asset management plan. Recently, we updated that in 2018. That identified that the annual allocation should be roughly around $2 million. And the storm drainage master plan study that was recently completed that identified additional costs above and beyond what we had in the asset management plan. So currently, our current budget is just over $1 million. It's allocated to the storm reserve. So we're in this year's budget, we're recommending a fairly significant increase of $225,000, but you'll see that is attempting to work towards the $2 million. With the significant capital projects that we have, specifically with storm coming forward, we know that we're not going to be paying cash for these projects for the big storm pump stations. There will be some debt that we will likely have to issue, and that's perfectly okay under the circumstances. It's a significant project. We are, of course, what we did not know, of course, when we did the asset management plan in 2018 was that we would be the benefactors of the DMAF grant. So that definitely helps. So as sometimes ugly this picture may look, we do not anticipate or count on receiving grant funding. But of course, those programs do exist. They're out there. And of course, we're as aggressive as we can be for eligible projects. So with respect to the storm, although we do anticipate significant costs in the upcoming years, we do have some significant grant funding that we were awarded just this year that we will, it'll take several years to actually build those pump stations, and we will be building these reserves, but likely in that particular case, we will have to go to debt. But that's, so I just wanted to highlight these categories. And you'll see that for the most part, we're actually very good. There's not really a whole lot of deficiencies that you'll see here. And I would say this, generally, I'm sure if we compared this to most other municipalities, we are in very good shape. So, however, notwithstanding that, we do typically will have to increase these allocations on a fairly regular basis. And that's really the construction price index generally is much greater than the consumer price index. So there's always a need to increase for inflationary reasons. So having said that, that covers the life cycle increase of 366,000. And I think Zora, is it 164? No. Oh, sorry. Okay, so there is there is a page that will show the exact the increases recommended for this year that I mentioned earlier. I just have to find that page. At any rate, the big ones are, as I had mentioned, really it's Storm 225, and we had a few others at 20 to 25,000. Fire equipment we knew already at 30,000 was for the SCBAs that were recently purchased this year. We identified there was a significant cost increase there. So that's the life cycle program. So then there's also the new infrastructure levy. So as I mentioned earlier, the new infrastructure levy is essentially another capital reserve. However, it is meant to support new infrastructure or new assets or enhancements. So when we talk about enhancements, a good example is storm pump stations. So our asset management plan contemplated replacement for same pump stations, which now, of course, nowadays we're going to improved pump stations with greater capacity, greater capability, and those cost more. So typically what we would do in cases like that is we would fund a portion from the life cycle reserve, and then the enhanced portion would come out of the infrastructure reserve, which is the new infrastructure levy. And then there's also new assets. So new assets, things like the sportsplex. So we have we had established an amount in our infrastructure reserve to support debt financing for up to $10 million towards a sportsplex. So that's also incorporated in the infrastructure reserve and new infrastructure levy. So I just wanted to clarify that, and I know council is aware of that. So one thing that is a little bit different this year, and council will of course recall that we did bring forward so typically we would bring the 5-year capital plans after the budget process that we're doing today is approved. We did bring forward a few capital projects, 5-year capital plans, council reports to council ahead of this evening. Now that was for projects that are already funded. So projects that are essentially already funded through the life cycle program, we are seeking approval essentially to get a start on it. So because there are benefits to getting off tendering these projects earlier in the year. One is for cost, the other is for timing. So when you think of parks projects, we don't want to start building them in August. So the idea is if you're going to go ahead with the project this year, of course, the residents and everyone would like to actually start to use it this year. So that was the reason why this year was a little unusual, in that we did bring forward a few of the 5-year capital plans in advance of this budget process. But I just like to remind the council that those projects are funded through our life cycle program, through the allocations. So if there are any questions on life cycle or capital, I could take those now.
Yeah, I'll reserve to the end, but I'll call upon, I believe, Councillor Dowie. It's hand up.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Tom, for explaining the process as it is and kind of the division of the capital funds. So I got a question about, you mentioned the new infrastructure levy. It came about 2015, if I remember right. And is the way I always saw it was that was for our enhancements, as you described. So services that were over and above what would normally be provided for. So in some of the preambles of the documents you provided to us, it was mentioned that as an example, we need to consider, what ought to be the future of this fund, because for example, if you know of a storm relief project, is that something suitable for new infrastructure levy, or is that something else? And I believe direction from council might be needed to really clarify that in terms of where the accounting ought to lie. So I was just hoping you might be able to speak about that a bit as to, what, especially on the new infrastructure levy, what we see happening down the road and how many hands really are in that pot, given the amount that's being allocated every year.
Thank you. Through the mayor to Councillor Dowie. So to answer your question, so we, in the document, we do identify certain projects and studies that were referenced when we came up with the annual allocation requirement. So they are based on actual studies and actual requirements. Sorry, I shouldn't say necessarily requirements, but studies that project projects and recommended projects and time frame and dollar values. And some of that is through the DC study as well. So to your point, so that it is, the reality is the way this all began, we created the life cycle program first, and that was our first really necessity. While we did have that life cycle program in place, we did understand that there was a void in the life cycle program and that it really didn't provide for funding for new assets. So as there was a fair bit of legwork or heavy lifting for the town to get up to our life cycle target, we really held off the new infrastructure levy until we were close to achieving our life cycle program. So that's when we introduced it, and it was based off of these new assets or enhancements. Now, having said that, in the meantime, of course, the province has the requirement for municipalities to have asset management plans, of course, which we have our own. So they're all related. And so our intent, we do have an update due for the asset management plan. The province has a date of July 2021. They haven't pushed it off as yet. I'm not sure if they will. We're working towards completing it for that time frame. One of our goals will be to try to really consolidate the asset management plan with our budget. So the asset management plan, and if you'll recall, and it's on our website, it goes by asset categories, and it looks at all the assets. It looks at replacement of existing and new assets, and it would list all the assets that we have and all the ones that we contemplate adding, and with projected costs, and it comes up with an annual allocation requirement. So that's a neat and tidy way to account for both. Having said that, we had the life cycle program in advance of the asset management plan, in advance of new infrastructure levy. So it's a bit of work. That's something that we do want to tie together. But I hope that answers your question. I think that would make it clearer for everyone, I believe. And to your point, when the new infrastructure levy started, it was really to address a void that we had identified. And so it's really been added to based on new studies that come along. So we haven't been able to do a comprehensive study to see everything that could possibly be funded there. And there certainly is opportunity for us to consolidate these reserves. There are some life cycle reserves there's a few of our life cycle reserves that are for replacement and for new. So it is and that's just a result of the one program starting well in advance of the other, and it's really just a matter of going through an exercise of consolidating the group.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor, I do have a follow-up question, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead.
Thank you. So Tom, you mentioned earlier about the process about how projects get approved. So they appear, the allocation appears here in the capital budget or life cycle budget. And then there's a 5-year plan communicated by the department, which identifies I call it a pre-authorization of a number of projects for a given year. And in addition to that, there are approvals on contract awards. There's other council directions that may add steps to this. But with that, is there, I'm trying to think of the right way to put it. At what point does what's adopted in this budget actually see fruition without coming back to the council table? Is it anything under a certain financial threshold? Is it identified strategic projects? Is it those that require contracts? Wondering if you can elaborate on that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Dowie. So for the large majority, no, we would not proceed with anything that's in this document in the life cycle area prior to getting approval through a 5-year capital plan that's approved by council report by council. So now, having said that, there's a few exceptions. So we do have, for instance, we have a life cycle category so the large majority of our life cycle categories are for replacement of physical assets. We do have a few life cycle categories that are for recurring items such as elections. So we don't come forward to council when the election time comes to access those funds. That would be through a capital report, for instance, that would be at the annual budget, operating budget of the year of the election. But when it comes to accessing these reserves for capital purposes, we would not, that requires the approval of those actual projects through that council report that goes to council. So, and when we bring those 5-year capital reports to council, so although we are showing a 5-year plan, the 5-year plan really is for information purposes, and it's really to give some perspective on the quantum of projects and the volume of and the amount of dollars that may be required in the upcoming years. But we are only seeking approval from council for the current year. So for, in this case, when you see the 5-year capital plans, you'll see we're only seeking approval for projects for 2021.
Can I add to that, Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to help you out there, Tom, I think the other finer point that we want to raise is that some of the projects, even if they're in the 5-year capital plan, they're not ready to go yet. That's kind of a placeholder, and the approval is there, but they may need subsequent approvals. So, for example, the Riverside Trail project. It is in a process now. It has still some steps to go and requires council direction and finalizing the design and location of that. And that, even though it's in the 5-year capital plan for the engineering and public works capital works, it is not good to go until we have returned to council and sought the necessary direction to finalize that. So there are projects also within that, they've got 56 projects just in that capital plan alone. There's some of those that are subject to environmental assessment reports and so on. Those all require return to council before they are ready to implement. So I just wanted to highlight that because this process is the first process. Some of those items in the annual capital plans have been in there for 3 or 4 years because they just haven't gotten to the point where we're able to bring them to council for approval to be able to implement them. So there are still more checks and balances associated with some of those bigger projects that require council's direction before they are implemented, notwithstanding the budget process.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and it gives us an opportunity as well as when those dollars are there in that reserve fund as well, is to be prepared. If you want to have shovel-ready projects, you want to make sure you got the dollars to be able to support that. And when you make applications to the federal, provincial, or if it's a joint opportunity, then we can do that. Where a lot of municipalities have really hurt themselves is that they've gone out on certain projects without having the fundamentals in place. and had to bore the full amount of dollars. And it's one thing to have the dollars for the capital project, but it's the dollars needed for the other to replace that asset somewhere down in the future. When we first went into the asset management program back in 2004, what we needed to do at that particular time is put ourselves in a position to understand what our assets were at that particular time and what we needed. When we had all the studies done, we realized, oh my gosh, we're putting this in capital and we're deferring this every year. And so we decided at the time, okay, let's not worry about future assets at this time. Let's take care of what we've got. We started the plan in 2004 and we put a 10-year window on it. Once we achieved that, then we start looking at saying, okay, future assets and so forth. And that's when we really started looking at branching out at multi-year, kind of outlooks and budgeting, where now, what is the need of our municipality moving forward? Let's go to storm. Let's look at the storm water study that we did. We all know we need 107 or 104 million dollars of infrastructure, to deal with the future that's there. We got the $10.7 million grant, and then we've identified 26 million. And so there's 16 million somewhere in the future. In the next 5 years, we got to find that and so forth. So as we build that amount, and as Tom alluded very well, in terms of some of those projects are so big that we might have to go out and borrow some of those dollars. But at least what you want to do is be in a position to start covering some of the debentures as you're moving out in the future. And so whether it's a sportsplex or others, and that's why we're building it. And I think what administration has done through council's approval is to look and build those reserves so that when the needs arise, we take advantage of it. Whether it's money is very cheap like it is right now, or the availability of grants down in the future to be shovel ready in certain projects. And as you know, over the years, any of the big grants that we've had and put together was long-term infrastructure requirements and needs to sustain our growth and certainly our municipality. So that's good planning. And when you look at many of our peers across the province, and for that matter, if you can go to FCM and look at the rest of them, we've been kind of a model ahead of the curve in dealing with that. So I think this is excellent in terms of us. And the other piece, the 5-year plan, it kind of gives you a little synopsis of the future of what the requirement needs are going to be. But at the end of the day, it comes back to council on any of those, as it was alluded to by our CAO. I just wanted to add that to the discussion. Councillor Altenhoff?
Thank you, Worship. And through you to administration, just want to give, I think a good opportunity to address, certainly some comments that I've been receiving from our residents, noting that we are really in, I'll call it a discontinuity of the norm with regards to the pandemic condition and many of our residents potentially, suffering from an income or a lack thereof. I just, and also noting that, these capital is taking on, I think it was noted about 60% of the taxation, the proposed taxation. Is there anything that can be done with regards to capital, it being kind of such a large entity, that, to shave or reduce, trim the fat, if you will, so that, again, given the fact that we are in a pandemic condition, somewhat try to relieve the tax burden that our residents may be foreseeing in this 2021 year coming up. I recognize that we are always trying to invest towards the future, and investments now are actually going to be cheaper than if we make them in the future. I do know that, I understand it. But I think if admin can comment on this, or perhaps look at, can we shave this down a bit? I think comments would be appreciated. Thank you.
Through the mayor to council, what we have tried to do here in this budget with the allocation to capital is to continue on with council's priorities. And Tom gave a very good overview at the outset here of describing, what we rely on to make those determinations and the analysis that goes into that. So I won't repeat all of that. But the long and the short of it is we are in your hands on that with respect to if you feel that there needs to be a concession in a particular budget year, we can come forward with some suggestions, knowing that, the following year or two, we would probably have to try to make up for that in order to or we achieve our financial goals a little longer or later than we had initially anticipated. So that what I'm trying to say is that can be done, and at your request, we are prepared to make some recommendations in that regard, and with that, if that's how council would like to proceed, I'll turn that back over to Tom to explain where we might reduce some of the increases for the coming year.
Thank you, Marg, and through the mayor to council. So yes, as Marg described, we developed the budget to work towards achieving our corporate strategic plan. However, of course, if council requests us to deviate, we can do that, or we can work to try to do that. We have given this some thought ahead of time in advance of the meetings. So we do think that, if that was the desire of council, we could trim some of the allocations to bring the tax rate increase below 2%. I believe that could be done without really putting off any of our plans. And to the mayor's point, that is really truly one of the benefits of our program and our planning, is that we do have this flexibility. We can do that without really damaging ourselves too much. But as Marg alluded to as well, is that we could make these concessions, but ultimately, if we're going to stick with our plan and our priorities, we will have to build those reserves. And, it wouldn't, I guess it really depends on if council has something, a certain amount in mind. We could discuss whether that's harder to do or easier to do. We did come up with a list of potential cuts that could total of around $100,000 that wouldn't hurt 2021 operations adversely immediately. So it's something that we believe recover from rather easily. But I guess I turn it over to council to see if that is the desire.
If I may, well, at some point in time, you got to pay the piper, and I'm looking at with the new assessment, our portion is 2.46, and I think all in our tax increase is 148, and I think it's about $50 average, say, over a 12-month period on a home, 250,000 and so forth. But anyway, we have, had that discussion at the county, and whatever we do today, it's going to affect us next year or the year after. I've been here, like the whole structure of putting our life cycling reserves in place is to make sure that we deal with today's needs. And I've heard a lot in terms of communities. I know we can certainly provide those services, for certainly the year. But there's a consequences moving forward, and we made a commitment and a partnership with the federal government that we're going to spend 16 million in the next 5 years. And whatever dollars that we don't put in reserves this year and we go out and borrow next year, I don't know what the interest rates are going to be, but I would sooner have that money sitting in the reserve than to go to the TD bank and to borrow more money at higher interest rates and then even more costs. And again, value to certainly the taxpayer. If you recall, members of council, we started this when administration first looked at the needs, or they thought the needs at the time. I think the budget was in the 6% range, I think, or 6.5% or somewhere in that area. And I stand to be corrected for that, but I think that number rings a bell. And so they've worked to pare it down in half. Yeah, we can defer a project, but at the end of the day, if somebody is going to be missing because we missed their pothole on their street, or somebody gets a water main issue that's not going to be affected, that's one thing. But it's the monies that we're not putting aside in the reserves. So the other thing is I would ask as well, Tom, is that if we would have cut reserves, the time to have done that, I guess, would have been 2008, 9, and 10, when we had a real world, not just a pandemic, but a crisis where 51 of our tool mold industries were idle. And you know yourself, there was a lot of negotiations. You were the tax collector at the time, and a lot of folks were calling and trying to make some deals in terms, and we certainly carried the bulk at that particular time. So I would say that in arrears of taxes, are we worse than we were in 09 and 10, or are we at par, or are we under?
To the mayor, yes. So as far as tax receivable arrears, we're much better today than we were in 2008, 2009. That was actually, as you described, was a difficult time for the town. A lot of the auto sector was under a lot of pressure, and we did see our tax receivables and arrears climb to almost twice what they are today. To the mayor's point, those were tough deliberations to stick with our plan, and we were able to do so. We did, we found ways to do it, but ultimately, we did require fairly significant increases to the tax rate. But that is really to the benefit and to the tax levy. But that's really benefiting us today, where our increases aren't nearly as much as they would have been. So yes, to your point, we were the crisis we went through. That was really, and at that time too, it was really the perfect storm in that assessment values were dropping. So tax rates were automatically without even a levy increase. So those are really difficult times to go forward with a tax rate increase. But the plan has always been, or the process for the town has been, to prepare a budget that works towards achieving our strategic plan. And we try to do that as efficiently and effectively as possible. And really, if there are exceptions, it really ends up coming at the expense of service delivery or deferring projects. So those are options, but I think we all understand that usually if we try to reduce the service, it's not an easy thing to do.
No, I totally agree. I mean, I'm obviously at the call of my colleagues on certainly on council, but I for one think that in terms of what's been presented and the work that administration has put in, and a consolidated budget of 1.48% is actually under inflation. And this is something that we certainly have to have that conversation. Maybe it's a little premature right yet, because I think you still have the reserves to, or do you want to talk about that? And then we can have obviously that conversation at the tail end of this in terms of what council's wishes are. And again, I'm only one individual that sits on a team of 7 members of council, with certainly the senior management team that's prepared this budget for us. And I'm willing to, to work with certainly everyone, but I would only put caution in the wind that whatever we defer today, we've got to make it up tomorrow. And sometimes what we defer today, we've got to do twice as much in the future. So it's something to keep in mind. We've got to look at the big picture, in those terms. And look, I'd be the last one to tell you that, I love having tax increases. I don't. But the reality is, it's the level of servicing that we provide our community, and, our customer satisfaction surveys that we put out every other year or 2 or 3 years. We've had some tremendous responses from our community. And I just, again, refer back to 2008, 9, and 10. Those were extremely tough years, and I'm not making light of COVID. It's been tough and so forth. But in terms of the monetarily, I think 08, 9, and 10, the whole economy collapsed. At least this time around, there are some programs that the federal and provincial governments are putting forward that are trying to level that as much as they can, and they've done a pretty good job. I would certainly surmise. And on the other aspect, we don't know what 2021 is going to bring, and what other. I get that, and the difficulty. So, on one hand, if we look at reducing, say we take that 100,000, and instead of $50, it'd be what? Maybe another $3 a month on 250,000. I'm not sure, but realistically, maybe I'd look at Tom if you can want to figure out those numbers, or somebody. But I think it's more ceremonial than it is, in actual. I think the fat's been cut off this budget. Operational, I think it's a status quo budget. And we still have, keep in mind, and I think it wasn't in there as well, is that, if I'm not mistaken, negotiations have to start this year as well with both our inside and outside workers. That's another issue that we have to certainly deal with. So I just don't want to cut ourselves short. So I'll leave it at that. And if for others, certainly your comments would be greatly appreciated. But if you want to,
I got one.
Yeah, I cannot see.
I have one for a comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a question for Tom, if I go through you, sir.
Yep.
Thank you. So, Tom, you're saying we could save $100,000. Would any of these savings affect services? Is that what we're talking about when we say we're going to save some money here? Or are we going to be affecting the services that we are currently providing to our citizens?
Through the mayor to Council Tonio. So the 100,000 that we've identified, one is with respect to one topic we discussed earlier, and that's the CIP program. So although those funds are needed, and I would agree that they are an investment in the municipality, there is a likelihood that there might be a timing a factor here where we may not actually require all those funds in 2021. And a portion might be required in 2022. So we've looked at that, and we thought that's because of COVID and some of the delays that we're experiencing around town with construction. It is possible that, or perhaps even likely, that we would not require the full amount in 2021. So we think we could probably reduce that by 40. So when we talked about the 100, so that would not impact services. The other was some trimming a couple of the allocations to reserves. So we looked at the life cycle storm, where we were looking to increase by 225, and we would consider reducing that by $25,000. And Our target there, as we highlighted earlier, is an annual allocation of 2 million. We know we're not going to get there overnight. We know that's going to be a multi-year process. So 25,000 is not going to impact us greatly. And then we also threw in a reduction to the new infrastructure levy of about 35,000. So our target annual allocation there is 2.35. We're planning to increase that annual allocation 200,000 per year for the next 3 years to get to our target. So we would achieve our target in 2024. If we were to reduce it a bit, we'll get to the target in 2025. That shouldn't impact our capital programs. They are significant dollar projects. It may mean that we have to borrow some more. The thing that we're facing here in town is that we do have some real major capital projects ahead of us, potentially. And so they're unlike things that we've really dealt with before. It's not typical that we would have a capital plan. Well, this year, our capital expenditure, our proposed budget or tabled budget, which in this budget, as we discussed before, is not the actual projects. It's really, those will come forward, but they're in the line of over or around $24 million. And that's a lot. We set aside roughly around $14 million to our reserves every year. So when you see years of 24, 26, and like we're seeing projected for the next couple of years, and that doesn't include the big pump stations, because those are yet to come. That's not included like in this year's $26 million figure. There's the CIP Streetscape, which is another huge one at 30 plus million. There's the Sportsplex at the revised amounts of 60 million. So there's, of course, we anticipate that we would get some funding there, some assistance there, but nonetheless, these are really huge projects that we need to really stock our reserves if we want to proceed with them. So, but having said that, these smaller reductions, that I don't think they're going to they won't hinder our service delivery. They're just going to delay us getting to our targets in our reserves, and may require that when it comes time to borrow for some of these bigger projects, that we may have to borrow a bit more.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Councillor Dowd.
Thank you, Your Worship. Tom, I guess, can I give an analogy and tell me if I'm right or if I'm wrong? So we know we have a bill of, let's call it $20, because we've signed up for the flood relief program by accepting the federal grant. So our current plan could be comparable to $10 this year, $10 next year. So what I think you're proposing is $5 this year, $15 next year. Is that fair to say?
Through the mayor to Councillor Dowie, essentially, yes. If you're talking like long-term projects and putting away funds for long-term projects, essentially, yes. When you're talking like these smaller amounts, it's probably something that we could make up in the next year, right? And that's what you're talking about, is deferral. So we're deferring. We're not deferring the project of these long-term, the timing of these long-term projects by these amounts. We're just taking a little longer to get there.
Again, I caution. I mean, it's you take it out of the base, you gotta figure it out, and then it's, to me, it's precedent setting. So you're gonna have to pay me later. There's no question. And we don't know what 2021 is. What if we come in with a deficit this year? There's nothing to say said that we won't. And so then let's postpone, instead of 15 in the next year, let's postpone it, and it'll be 25 the year after that. And then it just goes. Maybe for me, it's, I've been around when the county had no money, and we had huge increases and so forth. Now, finances are or stabled and so forth. So again, if you were to do that 100,000, Tom, you find it and so forth. What does it do to the 2.6 or 2.46 and the 148? And so instead of $51, what is the actual savings?
And so we do have that figure. So thanks, Zora. Zora is just crunching some numbers in the background here. So the $100,000 would trim about about $7.50 per year in taxes to the average home. So it goes from 1.48% consolidated increase to 1.27%. So it's not a huge amount, and these things do add up. So that is true. That eventually, what we defer this year, we do have to deal with next year.
Yep, because that's your starting point. Deputy Mayor Bichetti, Councilor Jobin, and Councilor Houston.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a couple points. Thank you, Tom and team, for tonight's budget there. I came into tonight looking at a 3.05% increase. And I was looking at, I'd like to get it under 3%. So that'd be around 2.5. In the first 5 minutes, you found the savings right then and there. I was very happy that we were able to get to that point. What the mayor mentioned as well, and I think Councillor Dowie said it eloquently too, in terms of, if I have to pay taxes in the next 2 years, I'd rather pay 10 and 10 versus 5 and 15. If we're doing strategic planning, strategic priorities, and everything fits everything else, and we're trying to align everything, and we start tinkering with that, we might as well throw this life cycle. And that's why, going back in history, we had some tough years in 08, 09. And council of the day, I remember at budget time, we're talking about rating the reserves. And we stuck to it. It was a tough decision, but look where we're at today. Our municipality, looking at comparable region in our county, I believe we're the second lowest tax rate. And being the second lowest tax rate tells me that we're doing something right, and we have not even started development. So imagine once we get those lands ready for development, how much that's going to help the bottom line moving forward. So I am happy with the fact that I'd rather balance the 2 years. So instead of doing you said 2.1% this year, then next year we're going to do 3.1. Let's just do 2.5 for both years. At the end of the day, at the end of the 2 years, we're still at where we need to be at. And it also helps with our strategic priorities and putting funds away. So again, I support where we're at with the budget without raiding the reserves. If you look at other municipalities that in the media report 0% tax increase, look at what their tax rate is. They're the highest of the 7 local municipalities. So if we were the highest tax rate, I would say, yes, we need to do a 0. We already are receiving revenue. We are already one of the highest tax rate in the region. We're the second lowest. So if we go up 2% or 2.5%, that's holding the line on taxes, and we're still the second lowest. So, in terms of that, I think we need to stay the course, and that's being fiscally responsible. There's arguments out there where you need to be at 0. Well, 0 of what? 0% of 10 is 0. We need to look at what we have that's planned, and operations is tight. Capital, these are the capital projects. We want to see Main Street. We want to see flood mitigating strategies, and we need funds ready so that when these projects come. Now, if some of these projects don't materialize, that money stays in the budget, and we look at helping out so that if in the future that these funds weren't utilized, it gets absorbed for future things. And in 2021, I don't think it's going to be a roller coaster. It's going to be a volatile, like the mayor said. We don't know what the third quarter of 2021 is going to look like. And so we have to kind of be prudent. And, that's my take on this. The last comment I want to make, Tom, and maybe you can help. Whenever we talk about a percentage rate or increase based on a house of 250,000, why can't we change that? Looking at real estate, 400,000, a home in Tecumseh is the average price. That's what people relate to. So when you say 250, they say, okay, my house is worth 700,000, so I have to double 2.5 times that. Is there a way we could change that, even say 400,000 or 350? The 250 has been that number for the last 10 years. So that I want to end on that, but again, I support where we're at right now. I think it's the right course, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thanks, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Jobin?
Certainly, thank you through Mr. Mayor. I was just going to say that same thing. The 250,000 mark doesn't really speak to homeowners in today's market. So yeah, you double it. So if you're looking at the 60, people are basically looking at $100 a year right now, $120 a year increase in their taxes. And I often find when we come down to just that number in discussion, it's easier for people to absorb that than when you say an entire 3% overall. So I just feel like if you can confirm what the dollar amount will be per year based upon a $400,000 home, I think that would be easier for people to understand and comprehend.
Through the mayor. So that's something we can do there. We could reflect the increase based on 100,000, and then you would just multiply whatever you want. We could use 100,000 base, that's possible. I will say though, the 250,000 figure actually is the average CVA for the town of Tecumseh. And so I know that that might seem low to some, because if you've built a new home recently, of course, you have a higher assessment. But we just have to remember that our assessment right now and what our tax base is based on is the 2016 current value assessments. So the homes are assessed at a January 1, 2016 valuation. And so our average in Tecumseh is actually just slightly under 250,000. Now there are some anomalies, so so if something that's been built a little recently might not be as well. It should. I mean, they're supposed to be brought online with that same methodology.
Okay, Mr. Houston.
Thank you, Your Worship. And yeah, I agree with a lot of the comments made. Coming into this evening, if there was an opportunity to get under 3, thank you to Tom and all of administration, because I think you've, really made our job easy. And this has been an excellent budget for me to go through. Mayor, you spoke a little bit about growth, and we see how important that growth number is to the budget. And, to try to get under 3, and, the growth numbers really delivered that for us. Coming into, tonight, I ran some numbers, and before on that 250,000, the increase was about $60. Now the numbers that, we're hearing is $50. So really that's, just over $4 a month. And, the consolidated rate is sitting at 1.48. Last year, consolidated was 3.4. 2019 was 3.7. In 2018, we were 2.7. So, I think we need to give a little bit of credit to the county, a little bit of credit to the school boards. I think 1.48 is, quite defendable. And, given everything that we know we have coming up, we're going to have to put some money away. With a couple of the options that you've given us, Tom, I think, delaying anything from the nil, anything from the storm is just going to cost us, more down the road. If anything, you've mentioned the CIP, really out of those three, if there was one that I had to say, if we really don't need the funds, then we could potentially delay a little bit of that. But right now at $4, even if we move the 40 or 50,000, maybe it's $3, right? Maybe that's 50 cents on that value. So, I'm comfortable with where the number is now. And again, I think we really got to give, credit to administration for all the work that they've put through. Because whatever we don't do now and whatever we delay, it's going to cost us more, and it'll be heavier lift, in the future. So, if anything, I'm comfortable with where things are, and I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Altenhoff.
Thank you, Worship, and through you. So just to confirm, Tom, I know you threw the number out. So between the, where we're currently at with the budget at that 2.46% versus, something that's perhaps a little bit leaner, but potentially obviously impacting the future. You said that the difference was $7.50. I'm trying to remember what it was per year.
Through the mayor to Councillor Altenhoff. Yeah, it works out to about $7.50 a year to a home valued at $250,000.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I just, before I go to you, Councillor Tonio, when outside of the CIP, that increase on that grant that's there, and we know that it's been a good investment, is, certain areas that you're pulling from is delaying where we're already in deficit in those areas. And so I just don't want to be in a position that we get into certain projects, down the road, that it becomes the new norm. Let's just keep cutting on the life-cycling investments and so forth, because that's been something that, and I know Deputy Mayor Bichetti, we've been here right from the get-go, and certainly Councillor Jobin, has been here for a few terms as well, where there was attempts, and yourself, Tom, where they wanted us to delay in other areas. I can tell you there's other communities very close to us, I won't name them, who delayed their system, and then it fell apart. And they're just grasping now to get back on track. So we've kept ourselves, on track and making sure that those reserves are built up. And I think it's critical. And to me, if you really want to cut, and I've mentioned that years ago, well, maybe we do garbage pickup every 2 weeks, and we don't clean cul-de-sacs until there's 4 to 6 inches of snow, like other communities. And there's some savings, but then it's the servicing. And a lot of I've heard about the taxes was basically, I want you to reduce, but I don't want you to touch our services. Don't reduce the quality of our services. Well, I don't know how you do that, but in the same token, the pressure's on all of us around the table. Keep my basement dry is certainly a big piece. And I'm sure that Councillor Dowie has Ward 1, and part of that is Councillor Altenhoff in Ward 2. You probably hear that quite a bit in terms of make sure that infrastructure is in place. And for that matter, Councillor Tonio, Ward 3, because you're in that boundary as well. So I'll certainly keep my comments undone in there, and where I'm coming from. But I think it's important for us to again keep the rudder at midship, and 1.48 consolidated. That's actually that's in the ballpark to a lot of the communities that Deputy Mayor alluded to earlier, and for some matter, some it's actually under. So, but what we need to do is first and foremost, what is Tecumseh's requirements and needs to fulfill our strategic plan. That's what we've got to base our end decision and end goal. What's good for the town. Councillor Tonio.
Thank you. And to complete what you're saying, I guess, if you don't mind, for $4 a month to achieve these priorities that we want, if we're trusting Councillor Houston's math, and I do trust his math. So for $4 a month, the Progressives Tecumseh has been growing, making it a town desirable by people all over the place to come here and live and participate. And the amenities that we want to provide that the citizens have asked for in the surveys, we're trying to give everything they want, and it costs money. And we have to balance that with their dollars and my dollars also, and all of us that live in town here, and most of us do on this screen. So I'm comfortable with what's been proposed. I appreciate everything administration's done. I thank council for their work and previous councils for their work to make Tecumseh what it is today. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dowie.
Thank you, Worship. And I certainly I would echo virtually all your statements. And I look at why am I here? I'm a civil engineer, and I think people of Ward 1 felt that I had a contribution to make in terms of flood mitigation and addressing those issues. If we don't fund those programs, if we don't fund infrastructure, or we just say, okay, we're planning to do it, but we don't actually enact the measures to make it happen, no one else is going to do this. So if we don't have money in the bank to pay the piper, really the federal government, who are giving us a very generous grant, or we back and load it so we hit residents all at once with a huge bill, I believe that does a disservice to our residents to leave that opportunity on the table, to make it so we put a little away gradually, so that when it's not a huge burden when it happens. When we're speaking of the math of the $7 or $5, just what we've been discussing, I mean, if you think the cost of borrowing, as you alluded to, the prospect of higher interest rates happening, or just CPI, the value of your dollar will go up with that in your reserve as much as the cost will go up. So I'm not amenable to kicking the can down the road. We need flooding infrastructure. We need a whole host of other life cycle priorities in terms of maintaining our local roads and our local sewers. So we need to make sure that those programs are funded. So I appreciate the effort of the administration for giving us an option, and I would not be principled in what I do if I took that option, because it is just putting aside what needs to be done for later at potentially greater costs. So as much as I certainly want to tell our residents that this is a very, very difficult decision. I mean, the last person anyone around this table wants to do is to enact a tax increase. We would love to have zero. And given our circumstances this year, to balance all the priorities that we have been told the town wants and the community wants, with what we know is the right thing to do and the obligations that we've already committed to. This does need to happen. We need to keep on track to have a balanced approach and not hit down just a few years from now residents with a larger cost than they otherwise would have had to have paid. So with that, I just echo your points, and I want to say thank you again to the administration for giving us that option. I think it'd be easy for us to take it, but I think the wisest move is to accept the increase at the 2.46 as has been described. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dowie. I think everybody's had that opportunity. I don't know if Mr. Kitsos, you want to, we kind of skip that piece, the reserves, or if you want to just touch those, and then we can certainly wrap up from there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep, so that's the last item on the agenda. And so I'll be brief. It is tied to the capital program. So we established these reserves. So the life cycle and new infrastructure program allocate funds into these reserves. So our reserves are established by asset category. We have, and we have been building those reserves towards capital projects that we have planned. So that's essentially really as far as the reserves go. As far as the budget is concerned in reserves, we do show that we project reserves balances to increase a bit for year end 2020, but we do expect in 2021 for those reserves to deplete by close to $10 million. So and yet we'll still have, you know, over 35 million in reserves or close to 40 million in reserves. And so that's, you know, that's really the strength of the program that we have, is that we can set aside, you know, our annual allocations 14 million, but we can have a year of 26 million in capital projects and be able to do it. So that's really the story of the reserves in our budget document.
Okay, appreciate that. We should have started with that one first, with the 10 million reduction next year. Okay. Any further questions or comments from members of council at this stage here? Councillor Altenhoff.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to extend an appreciation to administration, you know, and I'm sure maybe you'll have some comments on that, but you know, we know that everyone contributes towards formulating this budget months in advance. And, you know, this year, like I said, is a bit of a discontinuous year compared to the norm. And I appreciate that also administration took a little bit of time to be kind of proactive in looking at the questions that we may ask and entertain, especially on ones where, you know, we're certainly trying our best to be slim or trim as best we can. And I think that certainly is evident, you know, looking at those operational you know, figures. I really give administration a lot of credit, and I know a lot of hard work goes into this. So I certainly want to extend my thanks, and also being proactive to try to be thinking in advance of the questions that we'll propose and looking at different scenarios to see how the impact could be, and having numbers really available so that we can disseminate that to our residents and they can be aware of it, that, hey, look, you know, for $7.50, this is the impact. And, you know, when they recognize that, you know, it's probably worth it, let's bear that additional $7.50, again, over a $250,000 home over the year, it gives them a good appreciation. So I really want to extend appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Altenhoff. Okay, if there's no further comments at this stage here, then I am looking for a motion from council that the 2021 business plan and budget as presented at the January 13th, 2021 special meeting of council be accepted. Are you making a motion, Ms. Moy?
Pardon, Your Worship. We would just ask for the budget to be accepted with the following amendment. As earlier discussed this evening, there was a one-time allocation requested of $45,000
on the easement
to be added. Yeah, okay. So if that motion could also include the amendment that a one-time allocation of $45,000 be added to the 2021 ICA budget to be funded from the tax rate stabilization reserve.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You're always there to keep us on the straight and narrow. Thank you for that. And
also as amended by the additional assessment rate, because that's not in the budget book. Right?
Yep. Moved by Councillor Houston, supported by Deputy Mayor Bichetti. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried unanimous. And also, you're looking for another motion that the 2021 budget reconciliation for the PSAB adjustments as reported in the documents, pages 21 to 27 of the 2021 business plan and budget be accepted in accordance with the Municipal Act 2001 Regulation 284/09 as amended. Councillor Houston and Councillor Jobin on the motion. All in favor? Opposed, if any, that is carried. And certainly before we go off, I'm just going to echo some of the comments that Councillor Altenhoff, but I certainly want to take this opportunity. And I know, I'm in and out of the office quite often, and Margaret's door has been closed a lot, and over the 4 months, been dealing with her directors and its budget, and I must say, when you started out at somewhere in the 6.5%, and you did drive it down. It takes a lot of work, and there is no question. And I certainly want to take this opportunity. Tom, your crew, corporate services, Zora, I know she's online somewhere. I want to certainly thank the corporate services leadership of our CAO and all the directors. It's a team effort to get all of this done in a timely fashion, so that we can continue to deliver the services to our community. And also, I want to extend my thanks to council for your dialogue and certainly your input. And I think it's critical to always have good discussions and to challenge administration and everyone, in terms of what the demands and what we hear from our constituency and so forth. So again, thank you, and looking forward now to have administration come back with their capital work, and we still have some work to do, council, and looking at what 2021's capital projects as they unfold over the course of the next 12 months. And hopefully when we reconvene in a year's time to deliver this, the new budget, is COVID will be in the rearview mirror, and we can have some sense of continuity and normalcy in our, certainly in our municipality. So thank you, and for your work. So if there's no unless anybody else wants to weigh in, I believe that our evening's work is completed, and so adjournment is certainly in order. Moved by Councillor Altenhoff, supported by Councillor Tonio. Being no further business, that our council be adjourned. All in favor? Opposed, if any? That is carried. Good job, folks, and let's march on and deliver on 2021, which I have full confidence that we will.